Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Pabcon Championships live from Sunset Station Strike Zone Bowling Center. I'm Lucas Wiseman, USBC. Jason Overstreet is here as well as we get underway with the women's singles event. All of the women's competitors are bowling on one squad this morning. Take a look down on 35 and 36. It's Team USA down there. We are set up behind lane 54, but we have managed to string some cameras down there to get a view of other action throughout the bowling center as the countries will move pairs each game. Right in front of us here, we've got Panama and Colombia. Format is pretty straightforward and simple. It is 6 games, total pinfall, to determine the medalists. We're giving away a gold, silver, and bronze medal this morning in the women's singles. The men's singles coming up this afternoon. See Leanne Holstenberg down on lane 37. That's Red Zetter, who just bowled off to her right. Leanne making her Team USA debut right here and leaves a 10-pin. Both Leanne Holstenberg and Josie Ernest are making their Team USA debuts. Marshall Kent will be competing for the first time for Team USA later on today. Josie going to strike. Again, just 6 games total pinfall to determine the winners of the women's singles event. From Puerto Rico, the 6'10" lead. So we've got 17 women's countries here this week. 18 men's countries. The 17 women's countries competing in the Pabcon Championships. Argentina, Aruba, Brazil, Canada, Colombia, Costa Rica, Curacao, the Dominican Republic, El Salvador, Ecuador, Guatemala, Mexico, Panama, Puerto Rico, USA, Venezuela, and Uruguay are the 17 countries in the women's division. The men are the same 17 countries plus the U.S. Virgin Islands. There is an official website for the Pabcon Championships, and that would be bowl.com/Pabcon2012. bowl.com/Pabcon2012 if you want to see the schedule, and that is also where the results will be posted as we move along throughout the day. Again, we're just in the first game, a little bit of a delay in getting started this morning as they had some approach issues, some powder on one of the approaches they had to clean up. Again, this is the Pabcon Combined Championships live from Sunset Station's Strike Zone Bowling Center in suburban Las Vegas. Lucas Wiseman here with you. We're in the first game of the singles event for the women. Everybody is bowling. All of the women are bowling on one squad for the singles. The men coming up this afternoon. I believe they have a scheduled start time of 1 p.m. Pacific time. And we've got cameras spread out throughout Sunset Station here. We've got a couple of cameras down on 35, 36, 37, 38 down there. And also we are set up behind lanes 49 through 54 here at Sunset. Like Stephanie Nation down there with a strike. Andres Beatty knocks down a strike. That Maria Jose Rodriguez's mom is watching back in Colombia, so hola. ¿Cómo estás? Maria says hello as well. See Rocio Restrepo, Colombian right there on 53 with 3 strikes in a row. Rocio off to a good start here in this opening game of the singles event. 4th frame. And Rowe stays perfect with another strike. Today the lane condition is a short pattern 34 feet Stockholm. They will be using the London pattern for the long pattern for doubles tomorrow. That one's 44 feet. So 34-foot Stockholm pattern for today's competition. Here is Asbady. Stephanie Nation down on lane 35, shooting a 3.610. Good morning to Linda Barnes in the chat, sending our best to Troy. Hopefully everything is doing good with him. Steph with the spare. Leanne Hulsenberg on lane 37. This is to the right on that one. Question in our chat, do they move after each game? Yes, they do. I believe they skip 4 pairs, so it's a pretty drastic move after each game. We'll cover the entire bowling center during the course of the 6-game block this morning. The way they have it set up is the countries bowl right next to each other. So Colombia, for example, has 2 bowlers on 51 and 52, 2 bowlers on 53 and 54, and 2 bowlers on 55 and 56, so that they can, the coaches can see all 6 bowlers with, you know, everybody bowling on one squad, and they all move together. So that way, the all of the teammates from each country are together over the course of the block. Restrepo had 4 in a row to start this first game and left the 1-2 in the 5th. So this is her shot in the 6th frame. As we're at the halfway point of this first game, and Rowe gets lucky there to break up the 2-8-10. Looks like Josie Ernest is getting ready to go here. Can't see the scoreboards down on those pairs where Team USA is, but Josie with the strike. Should be able to update the scores after each game for you. Although there are a lot of people bowling, so it may take a little bit of time to get it done. Holsenberg with the washout. Over to Puerto Rico now, and Curacao also on that pair. Mariana with the strike. I tell you that Clara Guerrero off to our right has started strike spare 4-bagger in this first game. .610 for Restrepo. It looks like Holsenberg missed the head pin to the right again. She seems to be struggling a bit here on this Stockholm pattern this morning. Opening game of the Pabcon Women's Championships. Where's Josie? Comes up white, lucky to get that 10 out. Appreciate everybody tuning in here this morning, live from Sunset Station's Strike Zone Bowling Center. Lucas Wiseman with you as we are in the opening game of the women's singles event. Like Stephanie Nation down there. Good morning to everybody in the chat. Looks like Jazzy Fresh in the chat this morning. Morning, Jazzy. Billy, of course, in there. Not sure who we're going to see throughout the course of the day. We'll have lots of folks. We've got lots of cameras set up, and be catching lots of different teams throughout the course of the 6-game block here this morning. I want to remind you, you can follow USBC on Twitter, twitter.com/USBC. If you want to follow me, I'm at twitter.com/Lucas_Wiseman. Looks like Azarette there from Mexico. Oh, she gets 4 through the face. Loses that big nasty split. Rosillo picks up the 10-pin in the 8th frame. 163 in the 7th for Rowe. Take a look down on 35 with Stephanie Nation. For those of you watching in the chat, how does the picture look this morning? Everything working pretty good, crystal clear, I hope. Usually don't have any problems here at Sunset Station. Let us know in the chat. Big smiles from Stephanie Nation down there. She looks like she's doing pretty good early on this morning. John Janowitz hanging out this morning. Good morning, JJ.
Hey, how's it going, Lucas?
Pretty good. So you're bowling here this week. You'll be bowling a little bit later on today, but I wanted to get your thoughts on the Stockholm pattern, which is the pattern you guys are bowling on today. What are your thoughts after the practice session? I know you've bowled on it a lot, so pretty familiar with it.
Yeah, I've bowled on it a few times in competition and also practicing on it many times, and it tends to be one of the, in my opinion, of the WTBA patterns. I think it's probably the second easiest. It can be a little bit harder depending on how much the ball will hook off of 1-2, which here it's okay. I mean, it's not it doesn't really peel back off the edge here, but like I said, there's still enough buildup in that for me, and kind of in that 5, 6, 7 range where you can kind of utilize the hold more than anything else, and if you can use enough surface, get the ball to read the front, then it's definitely still more than playable. I expect scores to be pretty high for the men actually today.
And so were you down there watching the Team USA Women at all?
Yep, I was watching.
We've got a camera down there, but I can't see the scoreboard, so I was wondering what kind of start they're off to. It looked like Leanne was struggling a little bit, but Stephanie and Josie seem to be doing okay so far.
Yeah, they're both kind of hanging around. I mean, no real big strings, but I mean, they're keeping it in play. They're all kind of going around that 2:0 to 2:20 pace. So I mean, good safe start. Nothing really alarming otherwise.
So any predictions what it might take to medal in this event for 6 games?
As far as the women goes, it might be a little hard for me to tell. I'd probably say from a medal standpoint for the women, just kind of guessing, just kind of based on what I'm seeing, I'd probably want at least 13:20, probably 13:30 to get a medal. As far as the guys go, I don't know what some of your predictions you've been hearing. I mean, I'm looking at closer to like 13:70. To 13:80 is kind of a pretty good target score, I think, based on what I'm seeing. Because the pin carry here is really good. So, like anything else, I think a lot of it will depend on how many urethane balls get thrown, which I think for the guys, there's going to be quite a few urethane balls thrown. So I'm not kind of unsure how that's going to affect transition, and it may make it a little bit easier depending on if you can go a little bit farther right and kind of jam it in there. But like I said, I'm still looking at a good solid 13:70 to be a pretty good score.
So you looking at throwing urethane here this afternoon to start, or the whole block? You think you might be having urethane? Or?
I'm hoping to actually throw it the whole block. Actually, I actually checked in 2, so one that flares and one that doesn't. So maybe I can probably stay a little bit farther right and be able to just kind of utilize some of the early friction. But like I said, I also have another ball too, which might work out pretty well if I need to get in and open it up a little bit. One of the stronger balls, it rolls a little bit earlier and is a little bit smoother. So it should be good. I feel pretty good about the practice session yesterday. And like I said, today's a new day though. You always have to be, always got to keep an open mind, especially with multiple re-oils, and now you're getting tournament games in, and people are. Now we're bowling for the real thing now. Things always tend to change in people's strategies and whatnot. So you always have to keep an open mind.
Again, you're watching the Pabcon Championships. The first game here is Rocio leaves an awkward split there in the 10th frame. Not a great finish for her. John Janowitz from Team USA joining us here for just a couple of minutes. And I was talking to Stephen Padilla working on some stuff. I don't know if you mentioned the long pattern that you guys are bowling on.
Yep.
London is coming up tomorrow, and I think that a lot of the players by now have had a chance to see a lot of these patterns because, although they have been tweaked a little bit, haven't they?
Yeah, actually they did. They did modify them the first part of this year. So, I mean, nothing, at least from what I saw from before and now. I mean, not really major surgery or anything, but changed the volumes around. They modified the shape slightly, but they're still pretty close to their original shapes from the last couple generations. So I mean, nothing really major as far as that goes. They still have a lot of the same characteristics, and they still tend to play kind of in the same zones, so to speak. So nothing really major.
John Janowitz is joining us, and John, always a thrill, I would assume, to represent Team USA in an event of this caliber. I imagine you're looking forward to lacing up and getting going this afternoon, huh?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I was fortunate enough to bowl this tournament 5 years ago in Guatemala, and I had a great time. And always good to be able to bowl a lot of different events, the doubles, the trios, the team, and the communication part. That's really the part that I really enjoy the most. And like I said, really especially looking forward to the team. So, but yeah, like I said, it's a great experience, and always good to be here at Sunset Station in Vegas. Always got some good memories of this place. So.
And most importantly, have you located any good chocolate or baked goods since you've been here?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I actually engaged in a few of those earlier this week. So first day I got here. So yeah, I've got a lot of stuff lined up, and actually I got some stuff lined up for you.
Oh no!
A little bit later today, or definitely tomorrow. So.
Oh boy, I hope Danielle's not listening. I might get in some trouble. I hit the gym last night for an hour in anticipation of potential treats for this week. So
Okay.
I gotta try to do an hour each night to make up just for the treats that JJ brings around the bowling center.
I will have some things coming up later. I will promise you that much.
Let's take a look at Clara here because it looks like Clara's got a big game going.
Yeah, it looks like 280 if I'm reading the score right here. So
no surprise that Clara Guerrero would have a big game to start.
Yep. Oh yeah, she's truly one of the world's best. I mean, world champion, all events, masters. I mean, she's pretty much done it all. So I mean, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. It's part of the reason I wanted to come down and see what she was doing and where she was playing and whatnot too.
Yeah, and if you're thinking, mid 1300s for a medal today, potentially, it's kind of what we're thinking. And she shoots, 80 over for one game. That's a heck of a start.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean,
and if you have just one person who shoots lights out, that instantly raises the, the scores across. That would take the medal because you've got one person who's going to light them up. We'll to see if Clara can keep it going throughout the block. But here is the final shot.
Yep.
278, not a bad game.
Yeah, there's some good scores down here. I see 277 there on the end. I see 248 over here. So yeah, there's definitely pretty good chunk of good scores on this end of the house. So
I think generally the scores are a little bit higher the first game because you get that 10 minutes of practice, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, between that and also the back end's a little bit fresher. So I mean and you see a lot more of the shape of the pattern. You're not having to deal with all the cross traffic from everybody else when you go to the next pair. So yeah, usually scores do tend to come down a little bit the second game when you start getting the transition. But yeah, like I said, they're off to a good start now. But yeah, like I said, who knows? We'll see. Maybe if the transition will get better or worse for the girls.
All right, JJ, you're welcome to hang around if you want, but I know you probably want to go check out what the girls are doing down there. So
I'd like to stay and chat, but I do want to just see how the girls are doing real quick, and then also it's going to be off the showers for me. So
yeah, I know they like to put you to work to go look and see what other people are doing, where they're playing, and right, keep an eye on things.
Actually, that's that. They actually didn't ask me to do this, but this is actually kind of my own. I'm always one of those people that's always interested to see. It's one of the things that always fascinates me about this game is how many different ways you can get get from point A to point B and still strike. So,
yeah, and I'm sure it helps you to even see the transition and how it's going for the women as well, right?
Actually, the thing I look more than anything else when I watch first squads is, I mean, even though the girls obviously their rev rates are a whole lot different and transition's going to be a lot different. I just like to look on the fresh to see what kind of ball rolls seem to work pretty well. Are they more up the back? Are they more up the side? What rev rate to speed combination seem to read the lane the right way. I just kind of like to keep that as store that in the back of my mind, just so that way when I get out there, it just kind of gives me a little better picture of the lane, because it's definitely a lot easier to see the lane from back here than it is standing right at the foul line.
Yeah, for sure. John Janowitz, good luck this afternoon.
Thanks again, Lucas. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, JJ. Again, thanks to John Janowitz, and hopefully he will bowl well a little bit later on today as we have finished up the first game, as they are now moving lanes. Should just take a couple of minutes for everything to get situated. Again, Clara Guerrero, 278. First game. Did have a 277 as well. Not sure who shot it. Let's see if I can try to figure out at least what country it was. Looks like it was one of the Venezuelans, but I'm not sure who. Always a good guess, one of the Marcano sisters. We have some decent games to start things off. Give you a wide shot of Sunset Station. You can see just how huge this place is. I mean, this is a huge 72-lane bowling center. You can see all the way down. We're not quite using all the lanes. We're, I think, using 15 through 62, if I'm not mistaken. But you can see that's Shannon Plahowski down there. See some of the Team USA members. All the players are getting set up and ready to go for the second game. But a large squad here of women's bowlers, and the men's squad will be even bigger. There'll be even more players. On the men's squad. So it's kind of a look through the bowling center. And now know who shot the 277 for Venezuela. And it was, I see her number. Now I just got to find her on the sheet here. Contreras had the 277. So at least in front of us, a 277 from Venezuela and a 278 from Colombia for Clara Guerrero. Guys will start coming up at 1 p.m. this afternoon, Pacific time, 4 p.m. Eastern time. And I am going to turn over the reins here to Jason Overstreet, who's going to step in for the second game, as we'll have Canada, Brazil, Venezuela directly in front of us. So hang on just a moment.
So it looks like we have a minor holdup here just to get some issues with the scoring system squared away. So I see the teams looking off and waiting until they get a green light to proceed. Certainly appreciate everybody joining us here on Bowl TV. I'm Jason Overstreet. Lucas stepping out for a moment as we'll be back and forth between the two of us here throughout the week. Looking at live coverage from Sunset Station here in suburban Las Vegas. The Pabcon Championships. Women's singles going on this morning. We'll have the men later today. And we'll have continuing coverage of this entire championships here on Bowl TV throughout the week. Singles, doubles, trios, team event, and the Masters match play. Stay down on lanes 35 and 6. Aruba. Costa Rica down there as well. Puerto Rico. So we'll flip around, give you a variety of different lanes to look at. Team Canada here in front of our broadcast location. Welcome Matt McNeil to the chat. See him saying hello in the YouTube chat. If you may be familiar with Mr. McNeil, he's had quite a bit of success at our USBC Open Championships. Matt's going to be doing a little bit of blogging for the Bowl.com website, so please be sure to check that out. Coming soon to Bowl.com. If you haven't yet reserved your time for the Open Championships next year in Reno, make sure you go to Bowl.com, click on tournaments, head to the Open Championships page, come out and join us. It's going to be great events in Reno next year. Both the Open and Women's Championships headed to the same city at the same time. It's a terrific side events and always a good time there. Venezuela just off to the left of our broadcast location. Alicia Mercano. And if you're not yet a fan of USBC on Facebook, please do like our Facebook page. There's a link right at the top of the Bowl TV YouTube page. Join the more than 100,000 people that have decided to become fans of our page, give you up-to-minute updates. And if you're a fan of live streaming, it's important because it lets you know when we've got a live broadcast, so you don't miss any of the action. We've got a robust schedule of collegiate action coming up on Bowl TV later this year as well. We'll be announcing a formal schedule shortly, but several NCAA events, Tier 1 USBC events. So as the new season starts, the coverage will be heating up on Bowl TV. Once again, like our Facebook page to make sure that you get an alert for any time there is a new event on. Got a guest joining us now to talk a little bit more about this event and international competition in general. Neil Stremmel. Neil is Managing Director, National Governing Body for USBC. He is our primary liaison to the United States Olympic Committee, also heavily involved in the World 10-Pin Bowling Association. Neil, welcome, glad to have you.
Buenos dias, good morning.
So Neil, I know that everybody's really excited to see the coverage start here at the Pabcon Championships, and certainly just coming off the conclusion of the Olympics, Team USA competition for bowling, something that folks are eager to check out. Seems like pretty good atmosphere today.
Yeah, we have a really full squad. We had the opening ceremonies yesterday, and Kevin Dornberger, the WTBA and FIQ president, made note of what a great turnout it is and how good it looked as we paraded out just like they do in the Olympics. And this is all qualifying for the World Championships, World Combined Championships next year, which will be held here next year. And it's brought out a lot of excitement, some extra teams that maybe wouldn't have made it, and all that kind of stuff. So it's pretty exciting, and we're just kicking off. So it's going to be a good week, a long week of exciting bowling and competition to qualify for the World Combined Championships next year.
You hear it discussed a lot, both within the bowling industry, but particularly we get the question a lot from outside, and whenever the Olympics rolls around, of how close is bowling? Does bowling have a shot? When you see some other sports, not to ever speak down at any other sports, but there are a few of them that at least we in the bowling industry would say we have a lot more participation, interest, and organized competition than some of those others. What do you hear? How close do you think it might be to becoming a reality?
Yeah, it's going to be a long road, but not an impossible road. And I'll start from the beginning. This will take a couple of minutes. So to get in the Olympics, the IOC has decided the only way they'll put more sports into the Olympics is if they take sports out, because the Summer Olympics is packed. And even though you can run things, at the same time, and it seems like you could always do more, there's just too much that requires organization, and there's too much of that that's needed before, the Olympics goes on. So they're like, we just can't handle any more. Bowling has to be in the Summer Olympics because the Winter Olympics require you to have snow or ice. So I've had that question also. So we have to be in the Summer Olympics, and the only way we're going to get in is if they take sports out. So for example, they took baseball and softball out after the last Olympics 4 years ago. And so 3 years ago, they had a vote of what two sports to put in. So they took two out, and they'll put two in. The vote came down to golf and rugby were the two that went in. And the main reasons why sports get in or stay in are the competition level, which I'll hold that till the end, because we don't struggle in that area. But the areas we struggle in are sponsorships and I'll just say viewership. If you go to bowling events around the world, we don't have a lot of spectators. The spectators we have are the other bowlers, the parents, the friends, the people that travel with the teams. We struggle to bring in outside people to watch our sport. We need to make our sport more exciting to watch in a live atmosphere like this. Obviously, we have a bunch of people watching right now on Bowl TV, but we need thousands upon thousands, if not tens of thousands, to want to come out and watch, say, the Combined World Championships next year.
Yeah, we really see that, not only in the international events, but, even on major events that USBC hosts or occasionally on the PVA Tour. Interest is very high. The television ratings do well, so clearly bowling is a popular sport for people to follow, but it is challenging to attract folks to come and see it in person, and that's really been an issue of late.
Correct. So getting in is going to be something that requires another sport to come out. And for example, I brought up baseball and softball. Baseball and softball came out because they weren't well attended. And the reason why they weren't well attended, baseball, for example, the Olympics happens in the middle of baseball season, so all the professionals did not want to go and represent their countries in the middle of a baseball season. They didn't want to let their teammates down. They're trying to make the playoffs, all that kind of stuff. And so the Summer Olympics, baseball and softball to an extent, just didn't have the top athletes performing at the Olympics, and therefore the viewership and the amount of people going to watch the event was down and suffered. So they pulled them out, and golf and rugby ultimately were the ones that got in. Golf got in because at the time, 3 years ago, it was huge sponsorship. Tiger Woods was at his peak. It's changed a little bit over time, but I think they're still happy with their selection. And then rugby, this goes to show that it's a little bit of a political process as well. Jacques Roguet, who's the head of the IOC, he came up from rugby. So there you go. So it's still a political process. It's still a process that requires something to come out, and I don't know what would come out. Like you said, Jason, to start, sometimes we look at these sports and we're like, wow, I can't believe that's in the Olympics and bowling isn't. And it's, everything in the Olympics that I watched, don't get me wrong, it requires skill, it requires practice, it requires athleticism, but so does bowling. And, we cover a major portion of the world. We have, AMF World Cup's a good example. We have like 140 teams that bowl that event every year. And there's, in my opinion, to my knowledge, there's no other sport out there that has that kind of a following already. And I just think bowling would be perfect to go in the Olympics. I don't think it would be expensive to add, and I think we do a great job.
Yeah, we certainly have the participation in terms of countries that have athletes, and as you mentioned, really technical problems with the sport coming in. Visiting with Neil Stremmel, USBC's Managing Director of National Governing Body. I'm Jason Overstreet. Appreciate everybody being with us here on Bull TV. If you're just joining in, you're watching live coverage of the Pabcon Championships from Las Vegas. This is Game 2 of the women's singles competition. Total pinfall for 6 games will determine the medals. And we are appreciative of everybody being with us here today on Bull TV, and we'll have coverage throughout the week. So, Neil, what is the earliest window then that we might see any kind of change in terms of inclusion? And is that the kind of thing that, is it a formal marketing campaign that takes place, or more of sort of conversations behind closed doors, if you will, to try to make progress on Olympic inclusion for bowling?
It would be a lot of both. And they will decide in the next year if they're going to pull something out of the Summer Olympics. So within a year, we would know that sport X is coming out, or maybe there's 2 sports that come out, or maybe none. Like I said, we had 2 that came out last time, but that's actually fairly rare. Badminton had some issues this year. I don't know if that affects them and gives an opportunity for badminton to come out and possibly another sport to come in.
That's a great point to talk about. I got a lot of coverage that, to some degree, I suppose is that a format issue? I mean, what do you sort of attribute that to? I mean, it seems somewhat unfair to blame the entire sport for what would be, a few countries or a few teams throwing off for strategic advantage. For those of you that might not be familiar with what happened during the Olympics, there were several teams in the badminton competition. I don't recall specifically which countries were involved, where the teams were intentionally losing in order to have what they'd already qualified to move on, or were already moving on to the next round, in order to have what they perceived was a better pairing for the elimination round. And which is certainly doesn't meet the integrity standards of the Olympics, and thus was kind of a scandal of sorts.
Yeah, it was China, from what I recall, and yeah, if they had won that match, they were going to play the other China team, and it was doubles format, and they were coming out of one pool and then going into a bracket, and if they'd have won, they would have been paired against the other China team. So they kind of decided they didn't want to win, and they'd rather be a lower seed somewhere else and play somebody else. And some people call that strategy. Some other people call that a tragedy. So is it strategy or tragedy? I don't know, but they eliminated the Olympics committee eliminated that team and said that they threw that match, and therefore they eliminated that team and they were kicked out, for lack of better terms.
Well, it's not unusual to have questions about that type of gamesmanship in bowling as well. Now, it happens that in the Pabcon format, it's a simple total pinfall for the medals. In the World Championships format, however, there's qualifying and then 4 teams that advance. And I recall, I don't recall the specifics of who was involved, but at the World Women's Championships, some speculation about whether or not teams might look to strategically position themselves to have more favorable matchups, whether they would be the 2, 3, or 4 seed there. So it happens. Is that something that WTBA needs to specifically address, or is there something in the rules that covers that for bowling?
Yeah, there's a similar rule that you're to play the best of your ability, and that can be a difficult thing to judge. I'm sure that was the same in badminton. It was a difficult thing to judge, but in bowling it's a little different. All the competition is happening usually at the same time. Usually it's happening at the same time, and if you really could put yourself in a bad position and not qualify if somebody sneaks up, or you think you know where somebody's at, and because we see it all the time. Oh, we think this team's going to be second and this team's going to be third, and next thing you know they're fourth and fifth, and one team made it in and one team didn't. And you just have to be careful. And so I honestly don't think we see it. Usually teams just want to make it into the top 4, and they're not going to worry so much about the position they get.
It certainly is a rarity to kind of be in a situation that would come into play, given most of the formats that we see on the international level.
But it's funny that the things that we're talking about, like I said, they're political, their format, their sponsorship, their viewership. A lot of people think that bowling has all these technical issues, from lane patterns to bowling balls to pins, and all these things aren't right and they need to be better and we need to fix them. And granted, we have an equipment specifications department that works very hard to maintain the fairness in the sport and give everybody the same chance, an equal chance. But from an IOC standpoint, they don't see any of the technical issues that a lot of us down in the depths of bowling do. They see that we have great world championships. It's top-notch competition. We put out an appropriate pattern. We take care of the bowling balls have to be registered. You can only use 6 get to be registered. And so from their standpoint, that's not even an issue. They don't even know anything about supposed technical problems in bowling. It's these other things that are holding us back and holding us out, because really on a top level competition wise, we do a great job with those things. We take care of it. The competition is good, it's fair, it's what you want in world and, in my opinion, Olympic competition.
Well, the question then is, what do we do as a sport to fix that stuff? I mean, sponsorship, I suppose that we could easily draw a roadmap to that. You just need to convince people to invest money in sponsoring the sport. The fan base, in terms of crowd at the actual venue, that's a difficult one to address, because a lot of that is just by nature of the bowling centers that you're in. I mean, I suppose as an example, the U.S. Women's Open the last couple of years have been held in unusual settings that have allowed for a larger crowd, on the streets of Reno, this most recent event, and last year at Cowboy Stadium, where roughly 7,000 fans were there. But heck, that doesn't quite hold the candle to soccer or some of these other major spectator sports.
Yeah, that's true. And in my opinion, if we got the sponsorship, and we were able to go to IOC and say, you know, look, Canon and American Airlines and yada yada, whatever
big money backers you want to list.
Yeah, so if they were to step up and be on our uniforms or what have you, and have signage at the events, I think the viewership or the attendance takes care of itself, especially at the Olympics. You know, if we're in the Olympics, I can't imagine how many people would show up to watch. It would be a sight to see. So, and I think if we need to,
and I think the bowling does have the star power too. I mean, I don't think that would be an issue. You know, worldwide, not just in the United States, there are celebrity bowlers from all corners of the globe.
Agreed. And if you look at, you know, Asia especially, you know, just they cherish their top bowlers, and they actually cherish other top bowlers from around the world, and they recognize them and treat them very well.
Well, if you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the Pabcon Championships here at Sunset Station in suburban Las Vegas. I'm Jason Overstreet. We're visiting with Neil Stremmel, Managing Director of National Governing Body for USBC. Game number 2 of the women's singles, getting towards the end, seeing several of them here in front of us, 8th and 9th frame. Not seeing any astounding strings or incredibly high scores worth mentioning, since we are so early. Really just focusing in general on trying to give you a glimpse of some of the different competitors. I know that we have people tuning in from all over the world, looking to see folks that they know from back home, and so we're trying to accommodate as best we can. We know that each game there'll be rotating pairs. We had Team USA on in front of us, featured pairs in game number 1, and as soon as we have a score update, actually it looks like we may have some scores to share after game number 1, so we will bring that in for you here momentarily and let you take a look at the scoreboard.
Yeah, we're bowling on the Stockholm pattern, which is the short, you know, out of the short bank of WTBA patterns. Long and short were chosen for this championship. Stockholm is 34 feet. It is something that is best played outside, you know, near the channels, near the gutters, whether you're right or left-handed, and it is typically, in my opinion, a fairly high scoring pattern. I'm not seeing some huge scores right off the bat here, and
no, only 24 bowlers it looked like that were plus.
Yeah, so I think that shows that this is, you know, a little bit tougher of a pattern that we have out, and maybe it needs to get a few more games on it before it starts to open up even a little bit more. But usually you have practice on a pair, and then you get to bowl your first game. Usually we see some pretty good first games, but like I said, what do you say, 24 above 500 or above 500, above 200?
I believe so. We'll see it rotating by again.
So, and we have Clara Guerrero, you know, on top, and then quite a few Team USA players up in plus above 200. So that's excellent. And it, you know, it'll take a while to everybody get calm down and relaxed, and they'll bowl on this pattern multiple times during the week. So this very first event, you know, singles on short is always interesting, and we'll bowl doubles on long tomorrow.
Once again, 6 games total. Pinfall determines determines the medals here at the Pabcon Championships. So a little bit of a ways to go.
Yep, and then we'll have the men bowl on the same pattern on these same lanes this afternoon.
That's going to be real exciting. We have the World Championships back here as well, so this is kind of a sneak preview of sorts. Of course, for many of these teams, it's also a critical opportunity to qualify to come back for that. Team USA, as the host, is given a at-large
automatic
spot,
bid,
I suppose, an automatic bid into the World Championships. Although, generally speaking, if the team bowls up to its potential. Shouldn't have any problem qualifying regardless, as Team USA is the current world champions in both the men's and women's side, as well as on the youth side.
Correct. And so 8 other teams out of this group will qualify next year. So that'll give 9 from the American zone. And I believe it's 12 from the Asian zone and 15 from the European zone, something like that. And they all have their own qualifiers. And that brings 36 teams, men's team and women's teams, here to the Combined World Championship here next year. And the fact that you have to qualify, has raised the level of competition and the groups that have come out here. So that's excellent. The reason why it's not the same for each team, or each zone, I should say, is it's based on the number of teams in that zone. So it's weighted, and since Asia and Europe have more federations, more teams, more countries that bowl, they're going to get a few more teams that qualify into the Combined World Championships. American zone is the smallest, and so we have the smallest number.
Well, if you're watching us on our YouTube channel, I hope that you will take a moment to check out the tabs at the top, including clicking to visit mybowlingvacation.com. You can just click on that tab, and that will bring you to that travel website that has fantastic deals, not only to bowling tournament destinations, but a variety of cities around the country. However, if you're looking to bowl the USBC Open or Women's Championships, Team USA trials, any USBC related event, please be sure to book your travel through mybowlingvacation.com. Again, the best deals around found on mybowlingvacation.com. I encourage you to poke around in there. It's amazing how it would be $5 or $10 cheaper than just about any other internet site at select hotels. So if you're looking to make the most of your travel dollars, do make mybowlingvacation.com the first place you look.
It looks like we're finishing up game 2 on a bunch of the lanes. I'm seeing some low 200s and 170s.
Yeah, not too many folks tearing it up, at least that we're seeing. But, of course, we have...
Let's see a 257. Looks like Azeret Zetter shot 257 down on 49. Or maybe it was 47 and 48. So we got some good scores out there. We'll get those in here shortly as soon as everybody finishes up. I don't have everybody quite done yet.
Question in the chat, Neil asking about how one qualifies for the national team. Now, I think that folks are probably pretty familiar with the Team USA processes. I know there's quite a bit of discretion for each federation for how they choose their team. Is there any kind of uniform standards? Is it really just up to each federation?
Yeah, it's up to each federation as to when and how they're going to pick their teams, and they do it in a variety of ways. I think most of them have an event, a tournament, a championship. I know, I know the U.S. system the best, obviously, and we have team trials in January, and we bowl on a variety of patterns. This year we're going to bowl on 5 patterns over 5 days, and we automatically take the top 3 men and the top 3 women, and then we have an additional 3 selections, men and women. And this year we're looking to change that up a little bit and do some selections a little bit different. We haven't put anything out on this yet, but we're going to have some pre-selections, or we usually have pre-selections, and we're going to change that to people turning in their resumes, people currently on Team USA or in the PBA, and they can turn in their resumes, and usually we have pre-selections, but this year we're going to do that after team trials. So hopefully that gets people to bowl team trials if they're not quite sure they're going to make it. And
so essentially not going to necessarily announce the pro field, if you would, in advance, making it so that it's potentially all seats up for grabs.
Correct. That's a good way to put it. And we also qualify some people onto the Junior Team USA from team trials. We get some out of Junior Gold, and we get the rest out of team trials, which will be here in January 2nd through the 7th.
And we hope that there are some of you out there watching that might be enticed by the prospect of being able to make Team USA, that will come out and bowl the trials. And it's really a great experience. We've seen that participation in Team USA trials grow over the last few years and really has become extremely popular amongst the high-level youth bowlers and collegiate bowlers. It's a fun time to be able to come to Las Vegas kind of at the tail end of your winter break, but it's also for serious bowling, a chance to cross with some of the best in the world and really learn a lot. And it's a great event, great social event, great competition. So certainly check that out. Team USA trials registration information is available at bowl.com, and it's been quite gratifying, I think, Neil, to see how that event has really blossomed.
Yeah, we've made a few changes over the years, and I couldn't be happier with them. One of the recent changes was the champions of the team trials automatically are our selection to go to the AMF World Cup. So Marshall Kent and Danielle McEwen won the team trials last year, and so they're going to bowl the AMF World Cup, which will be in Poland later this year. And it's quite an honor.
What an experience in a lifetime. And the thing is, too, even if every now and then there'll be players that are dark horses that will end up making it onto Team USA. And sure, with it being a World Championships year, it might be unlikely that a dark horse would be on that World Championships team. But what you can't lose sight of is just being on Team USA to give you access to training camp, access to the ITRC, to be of course a part of the program at all. Representing your country is such an honor, but for what it can do for a player's game to just spend that time with the program, the coaching staff, and the facility, it's quite a prize.
Yeah, we've seen the people that have made the junior team and the adult team because of what you just said, getting access to the coaches and the training center and everything we do there, and just how much you can learn and take in and improve your game based on a week at camp at the training center, and just tips from Rod Ross and Kim Terrell and Brian O'Keefe, etc. So we've seen the people that have made it improve their game and continue to make it, and it's hopefully, I think they're the best speakers for us when that happens. And this year, I know on the men's side, and I think on the women's side, anybody that made the adult team got to represent the USA somewhere at some event, whether it's here or World Singles Championships or the Turn of Americas. They've got to wear USA on their back, which is quite the honor, and that's the reason why you make the team. So we've been able to do that this year, but it really depends on how many tournaments there are worldwide in a given year.
Once again, Team USA trials here in Las Vegas in January, and you can find more information about registration and details on bowl.com. You can always click on tournaments to find a listing of all of the tournaments conducted by USBC. If you're looking for a link to bowl.com, there's a tab there right at the top of the YouTube channel, right in between the Big Bowl TV graphic and the USBC Sports Store. Again, we encourage you to click on each of those tabs as you're watching, or there's breaks in the action. Visit bowl.com, see what's on there in terms of tournaments that might be interesting, and feel free to shop around the sports store as well. Various Team USA items that there for purchase, as well as articles of clothing, merchandise from the Open and Women's Championships. So it's at the USBC Sports Store.com. Please check it out and help support Team USA and USBC. We want to thank all of our USBC members who may be watching. Bowl TV is made possible by USBC and its nearly 2 million members. Know that the league season is about to begin. Please do go out and be a part of USBC certified competition, remember, if you're not bowling in a USBC certified league, you're not helping support all of the great programs that take place. Bowl TV, ball certification, youth bowling, Team USA. There's an awful lot that USBC does for the sport. So again, certifying leagues here as we start the new season, something we certainly encourage everyone to do so that USBC can continue to provide all these services for you that we think are so important.
That's a good shot you have up there right now, Jason. It shows, it's actually only about a half or 40% of the field, but it shows how big this place is, how big the field is, how many participants we have. They're changing lanes right now, but you can see, this is a 72-lane center, and we have quite a few teams. We have, pretty much this whole center covered, and it's just a great event.
Guys, I'm down here by 61 and 62. Liz Johnson and Shannon Polhowski are moving in our direction. And Liz at plus 81 after 2 games. She shot 263 the last game. And Shannon Polhowski plus 59 after shooting 224 in game 2. Right in front of us here, you can also see Azarette Zetter at plus 65. So a couple of good scores as we wait for the next update to come in.
Thanks, Lucas. We take a look at some of the bowlers that Lucas was mentioning.
Azarette about to throw her first shot there, I believe. Oh, no, she already did. She threw her first shot and struck. Mexico crossing with Ecuador right now.
So we have the Dominican Republic in front of us on our featured pair. I believe that is Almiguera.
Jason, I got Mark Buffa, Team Canada here. He's watching the Canadian girls. And Mark, what do you think about the Stockholm pattern and how it's going to play this afternoon for the guys?
Haven't really been watching the women this morning. I just showed up like 5 minutes ago. But urethane seems to be in play today. Caroline's using the UDOT, and she's playing up like 2-3 and 240, 220, I think, front two. So looks pretty good. Yesterday for us on the practice day, urethane looked so-so, I think, on the guys' side. I think it's going to last for us maybe 15 frames, I would say, and then go to something reactive. Still stay out, but just stay firm with the speed, weaker with the hand, and just go with that. But looking forward to it today. We've got a pretty deep team and looking to do some damage.
Mark Buffa of Team Canada, what do you think the scoring pace is going to be like this afternoon for the guys on the Stockholm pattern?
I feel that the Stockholm pattern is the highest scoring short pattern of all of them. I expect high scores today. Yeah. And
how about on the women's side? It looks like the scores have been pretty high so far this morning. I see that Caroline's at plus 70, and there's a lot of folks that are ahead of her despite that.
Yeah, like I said, I think Stockholm's the highest scoring short pattern. We've seen it time and time again. It's one that we use commonly, at least when I'm bowling in these events. So it's usually got a lot of friction to the right. You just got to stay right. The people that have a hard time scoring on this, I think, don't go straight enough on it. So if you can keep your angle straight to the front and really play close to the gutter, I think you got a pretty good look on this pattern.
And what do you think about the long pattern tomorrow in London?
What I saw yesterday, I didn't see it move too much. I moved around yesterday a lot because it's practice day, but I felt like I could stay in the same spot for a long time. I think this center seems a little friction heavy, so I don't think, on the guy's side, I don't think we're going to be using as much surface for that long, maybe on the fresh, and then just ball down from there. But, I think in looks really good on the long pattern. I think the scoring pace is going to be a little bit lower than the short pattern because the short pattern is going to be astronomical. So, just one day at a time.
Good luck today. Appreciate it, Mark. Jason, Neil, back up to you guys.
All right, thanks, Lucas.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. That's my thoughts exactly on scoring and the scoring pace and how they'll play and where they'll play. So Excellent report.
It'll be interesting to see how that plays out, and we enjoy being able to get the perspective from other people and other countries as well, even though this broadcast is on Bowl TV, and we're with the United States Bowling Congress. We really see our coverage here on Bowl TV as something that is a partnership with all of our friends here as part of the Pabcon zone, and so thanks so much to Mark for sharing his thoughts, and it's nice to have Lucas out roaming around to be able to get some perspective from some other folks.
Got Daniel Falcone from Mexican team here. Daniel, what do you think about the scoring pace today and what it's going to take to medal on not only the girls but also on the guys' side?
I don't know. I mean, I just came here to the bowling center. My guess is the lanes are very scoreable, and it's going to be high, and maybe more in the long than in the short pattern, because the short changes a little bit too much. But the long pattern is kind of easy. I mean, it's not easy, but kind of. So I don't know. We have to score to win a medal.
How is the strength of the Mexican team this year on the guys' side? You guys have a lot of really strong players. Usually, you guys have a pretty good history in this event, as doing well as second in the medal table. What are your expectations for this year?
Yeah, our team is very nice. It's I feel very comfortable with these friends bowlers. I think we have a very good mix of experience, and we have a youth one. He bowled this year in Thailand, the World Championships. He made the finals. He's a very good young bowler, and we have a lot of experience in our team. Mario Quintero, Alejandro Cruz, Marcos Baeza, Ricardo Lecona. I mean, Andre Force is the youngest, the newest. So I don't know. Let's see what's going on during the week, but I'm pretty sure that we're gonna do the best effort to win a medal, and hopefully we're gonna get that one.
Thanks, Daniel. Good luck today. Appreciate it. Jason, back to you.
Thanks, Lucas.
Yeah, we're starting to see a lot more pocket shots. Now it's starting to look like carry's going to be key, because Ami 3 in a row, but she left a 10-pin. Azarette 3 in a row, but she left a 8-pin and then later a 10-pin. So we're starting to see hitting the pocket's not so tough. Just getting the right carry, getting the right angle.
Yeah, I just saw Sandra threw one Gongora in front of us that looked real good. We'll try and take a look at her next time up. Those were, you mentioned, Ami, Sandra, a couple of top players to keep an eye on. So we will do that. Once again, if you're just joining us, we're in game number 3. This is the singles competition here at the Pabcon Championships on the women's side. It is total pinfall for 6 games that determines the medals. I'm Jason Overstreet alongside Neil Strummel. Lucas Wiseman also out on the wireless microphone, talking to various
he's like the
folks.
Sideline reporter.
Oh, yeah, he's a versatile guy. It's kind of nice when you have things spread across so many lanes. You really do need to have somebody on the move, because it's tough to be able to get a good feel of what's going on, just strictly being able to see the pairs in front of us. And with any luck, that will make a little bit better experience for all of our viewers as we get down towards the last few games of the set, and perhaps they have multiple bowlers in contention in different parts of the center. We can give you updates live on exactly what's happening and who might be needing what in order to take home the hardware.
Yeah, like we were saying earlier, this place, it's a 72-lane center, and right in front of us we're looking at 10 lanes, and so the place is huge. There's lots of people, lots of athletes bowling, and it's tough to cover it all.
Well, here's Sandra Gongora. She's got a strike spare and then double fifth frame shot here for Sandra. She's playing pretty far outside and very powerful shot as the messenger takes out the 10 pin. Back over to Ami Guerra. Ami's fourth frame.
Jason, got WTBA President Kevin Dornberger here. Kevin, talk to you for a second. A lot of good things going on with the WTBA right now with the World Bowling Tour. Also, some announcements recently about future World Championships. Just update us what's going on with WTBA that folks out there might not be aware of.
Well, our first big World Championships with a host that's paid us a subsidy fee will occur here next year at the Sunset Station Bowling Casino, and it will be combined men and women. It will be about 2.5 weeks. It's going to be a spectacle. We're going to have a lot of other things going on besides bowling, and our goal is to attract the non-bowling spectators, media, and sponsors as well as bowling. We're almost certainly going to hold the first World Senior Championship here next year in Las Vegas at Red Rock. We hope to be able to announce that this week. In 2014, we're going to have the World Men's Championship at the Bowling Stadium in Abu Dhabi. And in 2015, the World Women's Championship at the Bowling Stadium in Abu Dhabi. They are also a hosted fee. We're going to have the 2014 World Youth Championships in Hong Kong. And in the process, we got so many good bids that we also awarded the 2016 World Youth Championships to Lincoln, Nebraska, USA. We will be in Cyprus in another month for the first World Singles Championships, and very soon we're going to publish the request for proposal online for bidding for the 2016 World Singles Championships and the 2015 World Senior Championships. So in a mouthful, there's a lot going on at WTBA. 10 years ago, there was one tournament, one adult championship every 4 years. Now there's one every year, a youth every second year, and there'll be a senior every second year. So there's a lot going on.
WTBA President Kevin Dornberger joining us, and I think that we're looking forward to doing the live streaming of the World Championships next year here on Bowl TV here at Sunset. And I think that you had a lot of the bowlers who wanted to see the return of the combined World Championships with the men and the women bowling together. An example is this week with the Pabcon having both the men and the women. Was that something that you saw out in the field from the competitors? They wanted to be able to bowl with the men and the women in the same event?
Yeah, I talked to a lot of our athletes before we made that decision, and almost to a person, they were very enthusiastic about getting that to return. The administrators were fine with it. I think you can see what's happened here at the Pabcon Championships. This is the biggest field that I can remember ever for Pabcon Championship. Teams that normally don't even come are here with 12 bowlers, and you don't see that very often. This is what I expect next year and then some, but I think it's also a sign that some of these teams that don't normally come would like a chance to bowl this combined World Championships. They got to finish top 8 here to do that. So it's creating some interest and excitement.
Yeah, the change for the World Championships for next year is you have to qualify to bowl. Talk about that change a little bit and why that was implemented.
Well, we felt that at least once every 4 years there ought to be an event that you had to be in the top tier of players and teams to be able to come and play. Additionally, if we just left that field open, it might be 700-800 bowlers, and you can't compete that schedule in maybe a month. So that's impossible, and we decided that we would have a qualified event once every 4 years, and that would be the combined event.
So just to be clear, the World Championships for the men and the women, when they're individual, will not be qualifying. Any country will be able to compete, right?
Every other event we have is wide open, no qualification necessary except for the combined.
And one of the reasons to do that is because most of the rest of the world has smaller bowling centers, correct? And so in order to open that up to bowling centers that don't have a lot of lanes, that's one of the requirements, right?
Yeah, I could think of the U.S., Japan, and maybe 1 or 2 more countries that could hold an unlimited combined event. And it's not in our best interest globally to limit that event to 2 or 3 countries.
And I'm going to put you on the spot here. A lot of folks have been talking about it the last few weeks with the Olympics going on. What's the status of bowling and potentially getting in the Olympics in the future? I know it's a long process and it's a long road ahead.
It is a long process. We have to be patient because the process takes patience. You first have to make the short list identified by the IOC Sports Department, and then 2 years after that, you hope to be the sport that's taken off of the 5 to 8 sports on the short list. We're not in the short list. We were the first cut out last time. The next short list will be published in 2015, and that is our goal, is to be on that short list. And if we do, we have a lot of work to do between then and 2017. But everybody needs to understand that there are 40 sports that are not in, and they're all trying to get on the short list. So it's cutthroat competition. We have to, our shortcomings have been identified. We have to attract more media, sponsors, spectators.
Yeah, what are some of the things that the International Olympic Committee looks at before you can even get on the short list, besides media and sponsors?
Well, they want that. They want the buzz. They want ratings. They want commercial appeal. They want youth appeal. Skateboarding, for example, wakeboarding, those are sports that are being considered, not because they're more popular than bowling, but they're popular amongst the youth. So I think we have to show that we also have youth appeal.
So I guess a lot of it comes down to sponsorship dollars and TV ratings, right?
That's a lot of it, and it's, as the PBA knows, it's tough. But globally, I think there's some opportunities. There's some people that are excited about our chances internationally, and that's what we're working on.
Kevin Dornberger, president of WTBA, thanks for stepping in. Jason, Neil, back up to you guys.
Thanks, Lucas. Thanks, Kevin. Kevin Dornberger, president of WTBA, and really has been doing a lot of work to expand the international offerings and the exposure, I think, in front of other federations over the last couple of years, and that's a big part of this whole process, Neil.
Yeah, that was an excellent synopsis of what you and I discussed a couple of games ago, and Kevin's living it every day, and anything we can do to support it, we try to do, and we need that from the rest of the world, supporting Kevin and the relationship that he has with IOC. I mean, he's the president of FIQ, and FIQ is the organization that is required to have that relationship with IOC, just like FIFA or FIBA, and that's our link, and that's where we gotta support and we gotta push and do what we can.
In the United States, people familiar with Team USA sort of take it for granted the fact that Team USA has the funding to be able to participate in as many events as there are created. Not necessarily the case for all countries, that sometimes have a difficult time coming up with the money to have a team for training and to travel to these events. But what WTBA has been doing with the creation of more higher profile events is have a reason for those federations, governing bodies, and governments around the world to fund bowling, because the more events there are, opportunities for higher profile, for medals, that is a good reason to kind of back the sport, and we're starting to see that more and more.
Yeah, and you can see it in some countries that have focused on the youth over the last few years, and they are moving up in the World Youth Championships, as well as bringing a few of them to this type of a competition, and they are really making some inroads. They're moving up, and Kevin's talking, this is a slow process, and so we have a few years to build that team with youth, and that's the direction to go.
That's not something that happens overnight, but certainly a lot of the pieces are starting to fall into place with some of the organization, and it does have to be a global effort. It's not something that any one person or one nation can take on alone. It really does require a lot of support set across the world.
Yeah, and that's true. And years ago, 20, 30, maybe even 40 years ago, somewhere through there, the industry spent some time, effort, and money trying to do this as well. And the political process has changed. Back then it was, if we just pump enough money into it, it'll work out, and obviously it didn't. And now it's just a different process. It's more about, I don't want to say entertainment, but it's more about being able to sell your sport to the world, and through youth excitement is one of the big ways as well.
Well, and if you're watching and you're a young person and want to show some youth excitement, feel free to tweet about the event. Let everybody know that you're watching the Pabcon Championships here on Bowl TV. Go to Twitter, #Pabcon. You see it there at the top of your screen, and share with all of your followers that bowling is on right now, live from Las Vegas, seeing the best bowlers from the American Zone here. And we'd love to have even more viewers watching on Bowl TV to be able to enjoy the event here from Las Vegas throughout the week. So once again, tweet away, everyone, hashtag Pabcon. Let everyone know Bowl TV has live coverage all week long.
Excellent point.
Social media is a big part of it, and that's something that we've been working on with our coverage on Bowl TV and through Bowl.com to be able to do really some kind of organic efforts to be able to draw attention to things, whether it's on Twitter, Facebook, or here on YouTube. We certainly can see that while it might not be possible for everybody to attend events in person, we try and bring them home to you and slowly building more of a following and more of an audience, and certainly glad to have you. And it's a way that everybody can kind of do their own part in this effort of elevating the sport of bowling. The more folks that are watching in any medium, PBA broadcast, the higher the ratings, the better. That really is big for our sport and for our partners at the PBA. People signing up for Extra Frame, and that's another thing that demonstrates the commercial viability of the sport, and then watching our free broadcast on Bowl TV. It all ties together, and the more people that are engaged, the more attention that we can get for all of it, the better we're off.
Well, Jason, I need to go check on a scoring issue and check on the update as to where we're at and why we're not.
He's about to update it, Neil.
Okay.
They were waiting on 8 scores, and he just got them, so they should be posted. I'm one step ahead of you.
Well, that's what a sideline reporter can do.
Right. Yeah, the Game 2 scores should be coming any second. He just sorted the scores back properly, so we should be.
Yeah, I thought I saw
target.
an update, but yeah, they were mixed up. So
yeah, they got kind of mixed up there for a moment, but working now.
We'll put that up, and as it is, we're getting close to the end of Game 3. I see a few good scores out there. Azarette has 3 in a row at this point going into the 9th frame, and it's one of the bigger and better ones. I see Ami continues. She left a 7-pin. She continues to hit the pocket, randomly carry.
Yeah, Almi's in a bit of a, as her coach Craig Woodhouse said, she's in kind of drama mode because she fell. She got some dust on her shoe, and she fell a little earlier, so she's really upset about that. And so she's really been struggling here so far today. She's like 19 under after 2. And as for Team USA, Shannon Plahowski and Liz Johnson made the turn after that last game, and looks like they got off to a rough start this game. Only 83 in the 5th for Shannon and 75 in the 5th for Liz, but they both have thrown 3 strikes in a row. So I don't know, Neil, if making the big turn can somehow take a little bit of time to get reacquainted and adjusted to what's going on out there.
Yeah, just like in any bowling center, especially a big bowling center, one end of the house to the other end of the house plays different. It can be for a variety of reasons. Usually it's topography, but it can even be, humidity and temperature, or lane wear. Certain centers put their leagues on one end of the house and have open bowling in different areas. In this house, the higher end is closer to the doors that lead outside, so maybe it's a humidity issue. I'm sure there's some topography changes that you have to deal with, and that's just when you go from one end to the other, that's definitely part of the equation.
And the rest of their Team USA teammates are going to be making the turn after this game. I walked down to see how they were doing it. As far as a scoring pace after 2 games, it wasn't particularly high scoring for the other 4 Team USA members, and didn't look like there was too much to get excited about down there for Game 3 either. But so it could be that Shannon and Liz have to kind of carry the torch for Team USA here in this singles event so far. But Neil, I don't know if you guys talked about it. Singles is probably the hardest event to win.
It is. It's the first one out of the gate, and you've had one day of official practice on the patterns, and they the lanes change throughout the week, and as they change, you kind of they don't change much. They stay pretty consistent, but you're able to kind of evolve with it. But right off the bat, it's always tough, and anybody that gets hot can pull out and win it, it just definitely the toughest event to win, in my opinion.
You know, I noted that the European Men's Championships are going on this week, same time as Pabcon. They actually dropped the singles event. They don't have the singles event anymore at the European Men's Championships, which I thought was kind of interesting. But we do still have the singles event at the World Championships.
Correct, and if they're dropping it to try to, make it, like you said, it's difficult to win the singles. So if they're dropping it because, well, it's difficult to win the singles, it's whatever you have first is what's difficult, because it's getting loose, getting warmed up. You don't have much practice yet.
I believe they went to 12 games of doubles instead of having a singles event. I'm not sure if that's a change, recent change, or if that's the way they've always done it, but I was just looking over that. And,
that's a change. I think it's fairly recent as well, because I know they had singles not so long ago, and if it's a change, this might be the first year or second year at the most, in my opinion. So,
watching live coverage of the Pabcon Combined Championships from Sunset Station's Strike Zone Bowling Center. Lucas Wiseman, Neil Strummel, and Jason Overstreet with you here this morning as we are wrapping up the third game of women's singles. We'll know our singles medalists for the women this morning. The men will be coming up at 1 p.m. Pacific time, 4 p.m. Eastern this afternoon after a lunch break. So game 3 wrapping up, and it looks like Contreras from Venezuela still leading, Liz Johnson second, and Caroline Lagrange in third after 2 games in the standings. So Venezuela, USA, Canada, followed by Puerto Rico, the top 4 after 2 games. And we're still waiting for that update to come in on our computer here, but hopefully it'll be coming in shortly. Stephen Padilla's doing the scoring here this week. He's got about a million things to juggle over there, so he's it's a lot of scores too, Neil, because generally they bowl the singles in like 3 squads. They spread everybody out, but here it's everybody bowling at once, and it makes doing the scoring a little bit more challenging.
That's true. We got scores going from one end of the house to the other, and they're going to Stephen, and we're getting them through the scoring system, but there's a verification process. It's all documented, and then we have runners that are going around double checking it. So we want to make sure they're right before we put them out to the world. And so, correct, it's a lot of scores, and I guess it slows things down a little bit.
Unfortunately for Steven, it gets worse because there's even more men this afternoon.
Yeah.
But, Shannon Plahowski, can see her off in the distance. Strike on her first shot in the 10th. She can max out, it looks like at 212 this game, which is probably not going to help her move up very far in the standings, I wouldn't think. Liz Johnson can only shoot 204, so they're really battling some transition issues down there, I would guess.
Yeah, it looks like they both had a 3-bagger, and then they both spared, and so now Shannon's in the 10th, and they'll be decent scores, but they're not going to move them up the standings.
By the way, Almigado was already kind of to her boiling point, and it may be getting worse because they've got an underground on her pair right now on 51 and 52, trying to dig some bowling balls out from underneath the.
Yeah, so
you can see Almi trying to stay loose.
Yeah. So they're trying to finish up.
Oh, there's a pin. Look at that.
Yep.
Pin
all the
stuck
way up.
in there.
Yep. So Pin made it from, I told you Kerry is tough.
How does that happen? How does a bowling pin get stuck in the ball return like that?
Yeah, obviously it's not supposed to happen, and it shouldn't happen, but every so often the pin will get in front of the ball, and the ball will push it all the way underground up to the ball lift on the approach, and then, of course, the ball can't get to the ball lift because the pin's in the way, and it's always a tough fix because usually you end up with 3 or 4 balls backed up, and then they're out. They're not right there where you can grab them, and they're out underneath the lane, further down the lane, and looks like that's what we had.
Well, kudos to the staff here. Looks like they got it pretty quick. So now we can get back out there and shoot her 10-pin.
And she got it. So.
Almi only going to shoot 2-0 this game if she doubles in the 10th. 210 for Pluhowski, by the way.
Yeah.
And we are going to have Team USA on the featured pairs for the next game. Should be able to see pretty much all 6 Team USA bowlers for Game 4.
Yeah, Liz and Shannon should be moving almost right in front of us.
Yeah,
here,
I think they're going to 51 and 52, and then we should have Team USA bowlers on 53 and 55 as well.
Yep.
Assuming my fuzzy math is right. I'm a writer, not a mathematician.
Yeah, well, I'm an engineer, and I'm taking your word for it. It'll be good. They'll move to the pair that Ambi's on now, and hopefully there's no more ball return issues.
That pair does not seem to be high scoring or low scoring. It's just kind of in the middle, 51 and 52. Not any big scores, but not any real terrible scores as well for Costa Rica and Dominican Republic.
I've been watching on that pair, and it does seem like the angle is critical, and it's there's a lot of back row. Carry is just tough. Hopefully Shannon coming from the left side won't have those issues. Liz being straighter, I don't know if that's going to help her at all.
So again, just wrapping up the third game, 6 total games in the singles event to determine the medalists here in the women's division. The men's field coming up after the lunch break here today.
It looks like Liz is going to finish with a 2-0. And
yeah, 194 for Liz, it looks like.
Oh, I was looking at, yeah.
It's a little bit far from us, but
yeah, I don't have glasses.
Maybe you need them. Maybe that's why you can't read it.
It looks like our scoring computer back here needs to reattach to.
Yeah, I sent Steven. It's on a different system.
Okay.
And nope, not yet. Steven's working on it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, almost everybody is done with Game 4, and a lot of people have moved, and they're getting ready for the next game. Only have a few people in the tent, a few slackers.
So yeah, looking forward to Team USA moving over here to the featured pairs for Game 4. It's really hard to kind of get a feel for who's in the hunt for the medals just because it's still kind of early. I think after Game 4, we'll probably start to have a clearer picture as to who's going to be in the hunt for a medal.
Yeah.
It's just so many bowlers across the house. You know, it's not like when you've got a smaller field, but by the same token, it will be determined on one squad. So from an equity standpoint, a little more fair than having 3 different squads, and you have one squad that's higher scoring than the rest, and all of a sudden you've got all 3 medalists from one squad.
Yeah, even though we're putting out the same pattern every time, every time you strip an oil, it affects the back ends and the friction and how much they'll hook and how tight they get, and so you always have something like that going on, and when you're having multiple squads, that's the kind of stuff that happens versus the fact that we're all bowling on one squad. Like you said, that we'll have to do some running to figure out who's where and what they're shooting, but it should be exciting, and there'll be a lot of bowlers and all bowling at the same time, and we'll be right there.
And we've got standings now on our in-house system here. You can see Contreras of Venezuela leading after 2 games. Liz Johnson second, just 3 pins back, but Liz only shot 194, so she may fall off the pace a little bit. Don't know what Contreras shot, but we'll have to wait and see. Looks like they're still finishing up Game 3 down there.
Yep. So we see 24 players at plus through a couple of games. Clara Azarette up there, Paola, Stephanie Nation.
Scores are also available on bowl.com now after 2 games. Go to bowl.com/Pabcon 2012 and click on results. Bowl.com/Pabcon 2012. Look for the women's singles link.
Yep, see Mariana from Puerto Rico up there. Glad to see her bowling well the first couple of games. Hope that
she's
continues.
She's in 15th place after 2 games.
So we have a good good representation through the leaderboard there. A lot of countries represented. That's excellent. Aruba, who, like you said, we don't see quite so often. Abigail in 11th. It's excellent. So it's a good group here, and getting ready for the next game. Everybody's checking out the approaches. Your fuzzy math looks like it was appropriate.
It looks like Aruba will be bowling here as well. It looks like they're replacing a score monitor down on 54. They're fixing some issues here mid-squad to make sure they can change the score if they have to.
Yeah, you know what happens when they get mad. They smash that score monitor.
I would say that
Just
maybe
kidding.
Almy did that, but that's not the pair she was on. But she could have walked over there and smashed it.
She probably did it on the way by.
So they're fixing that, but that's a pretty quick fix, I would think, just replacing the
and
monitor.
Shouldn't be critical to getting that pair up.
No.
Shouldn't be.
But always good to, it looks like it's already operational, so that's good.
Yep.
Always nice when those fixes happen pretty quick. So again, 3 games in the books, 3 more to go. Neil, you're free to hang around if you want or if you need to take off.
Yeah, I got to go check on a few things. I'll stop back whenever you guys want me.
Okay, sounds good. Neil Stremmel, thanks for sitting in. We'll see you a little bit later.
Muchas gracias.
That was Neil Stremmel, USBC's Managing Director of National Governing Body, who's sitting in with us for a couple of games. And we'll look forward to having Neil back on again before too long. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the 2012 Pabcon Championships here from Sunset Station in suburban Las Vegas. This is the women's singles. We have 3 games in the book, 3 more to go. It is the total pinfall that determines the medals here just after 6 games. So no match play or head-to-head in the format here at Pabcon for this portion of the competition. So we're going to have some, as Lucas mentioned, members of Team USA here in front of us for this game.
Yeah, let's recap some of the scores for the Team USA members. It looks like Deandra Asbeatty is at, where is Deandra's score at? Plus 21 maybe. And Leanne Holsenberg at minus 73. Josie Ernest plus 37. Stephanie Nation plus 42. Shannon Plahowski plus 69. And Liz Johnson at plus 75.
So you just saw Shannon Plahowski bowl as Team USA sharing that pair with Aruba. Josie Ernest.
Like I said, they are making the turn from the low end to the high end, so there may be a little bit of a learning experience here for some of these players as they adjust to the differences between these lanes and the lanes that they were bowling on some 40 lanes away. Well, Deandra, our Queen's champion from earlier this year, she trips out the 4. Little approach issues maybe for Deandra. Deandra was excited to come into the tournament office yesterday, and there's a flyer for next year's Queens, and had her picture on it. She got all excited, took a picture of it, and tweeted it. And it's not only in English, but it's also in Spanish for a lot of the players here who may not speak English, so that they can potentially come bowl the Queens next year. The Queens going to be after the World Championships next year right here at Sunset Station, Labor Day weekend. And more information on that will be available at bowl.com/Queens. That'll be where you can register moving forward. Again, for this tournament, bowl.com/Pabcon 2012, bowl.com/Pabcon2012 to find the results, schedule, all the information for this year's Pabcon Championships.
Leanne Holsenberg goes a bit high on her shot on lane 56. So as you mentioned, Lucas, perhaps a little bit of an adjustment period here for the Team USA players as they kind of get a feel for what they've got. Stephanie Nation now up. And no learning curve problem there. Stephanie with a good looking shot on lane 54.
And again, we'll try to keep you updated as we move along, who the leaders are and what the medal hunt looks like, how it's going to shape up. That's why I've got the wireless microphone and headset so that I can kind of walk around. And even though we may not be able to give you pictures of it, give you at least a verbal update on what's going on for some of these players as we make a run toward the singles medals. It's a challenging setup for us, Jason. When you've got this many bowlers stretched across so many lanes, it can be challenging, especially when there's no finals format like there is in the World Championships. It's just 6 games straight across and to determine the winners. But Jason and I were here bright and early this morning, stringing cables all over the place, trying to get some cameras down on the low end. So at least we can have something down there if anything of importance happens in the last game.
Well, and I think maybe that would be something that the leaders at Pabcon might want to look at, as we've been talking about this morning, of what steps need to be taken to elevate international bowling to a higher level. One of the main things is a reason for fans to come out. And frankly, when you have just a total pin format spread across the center, well, if you're just sitting in the stands, there's not a whole lot of drama. You don't really know exactly who's where and how the players are jockeying for position, and having some kind of head-to-head play really does make a difference in terms of fan excitement. So perhaps that can come into play for the leaders of Pabcon to see if an adjustment and maybe looking to parallel what's done at the World Championships level could make sense in the future.
Yeah, and another reason would be to give the teams from Pabcon experience in that format that they use at the World Championships. You would think that you would want to maintain that same format so that your players could get used to it and have the experience of bowling in that head-to-head format. But maybe that's a change we'll see in the future in Pabcon. I'm not sure what Pabcon leadership has talked about that or not, but certainly I'll put a bug in Jose Wandique's ear, because not only does it make it better for spectators, it makes it better for those of you watching on the live streaming at home.
I'm sure. I mean, I bet if we asked the question, it would be a no-brainer whether everybody would prefer to have some kind of a finals format. I mean, how much more fun would it be rather than just, 6 games of total pinfall? Wouldn't everybody rather see a match play in front of us for the gold medal here at this? And be outstanding. We've got great camera angles here. We've got good lighting. It could really be a terrific experience on Bull TV for everyone to get to see. And, we unfortunately don't have that available right now, but it's something that, as you mentioned, I think it could make sense in a lot of regards to look to go that way.
So we've got quite a few folks participating in the chat here on YouTube. Curious to know what countries you're watching us from. Where is everybody watching our live coverage from today here on Bull TV? Post it in the chat. Let us know where you are.
We do like to see where everybody is watching from, because that can also sometimes influence where we put our cameras. We like to try to make sure that if you're taking the time to watch to see somebody that you know from your home country, that we try and let you see. Hello from Guatemala. Hello from Panama.
Out of U.S., of course, as well.
Over on our low-end featured pair, we have Colombia and Brazil. Saw Colombia in game number 1. like Maria Rodriguez. And Rocio Restrepo on that pair. Back down now to Leanne Holsenberg. San Antonio, Texas. Just like a Texan to claim Texas as a country.
And I know all of you want to see your favorite country compete, but we only can show you who's in front of our cameras at any given time, and have a good mix of players throughout the day from different countries. So if you haven't seen your favorite country, stay tuned. You may get to see them later on today, or maybe even tomorrow.
Well, the nice thing with, we have brought out more cameras for this event than we often do for a Bull TV broadcast, simply because the great hosts here at Sunset Station have provided adequate platforms for us to be able to put the tripods on and have good sight lines. And so we have roughly 6 different pairs that we can cover. So
you know, we're watching Team USA, this game in front of us, and thinking about who may have a chance to medal. And of the Team USA players, you know, I think that Shannon Pluhowski might have the easiest road to getting to a medal. She's at plus 69 after 3 and has gone spare 3-bagger so far this game. And being a left-hander, there aren't too many lefties in the field. If Pluhowski can get the feel and start throwing some strikes and stringing them together, I think that she's got a real legit chance to medal. I also like Stephanie Nation, her chances as well. She's got 3 in a row to start this game and sits at plus 42. But a lot of work to be done, a long ways to go, as we are only in game 4, so just past the halfway point of the squad.
And some of you might recall just what Shannon Pluhowski did at her last Team USA team event, the World Championships, about a year ago, where she really just lit things up and set all kinds of records.
Yeah, in the Masters finals in Hong Kong, she shot 300 and a 299 in the 4 games, which was pretty incredible. And Shannon just struck again off camera for a 4-bagger. Deandra's starting to get the feel here with 4 in a row. She's plus 21 coming into this game. Steph shooting the 4-pin here, so she started with 3 in a row now, staring down the 4. That one hooked a little bit on her. Still hangs on.
Let's look at Liz Johnson.
You see the cameras moving a little bit. They're trying to fix some of the bleachers. We're up here on a platform along with bleachers, and so they're trying to fix one of the bleachers that's come loose. So you see it shaking. There's no earthquake here in Las Vegas. It's just a lot of movement on the platform here.
And we share our broadcast platform with the spectators as well, so that may happen from time to time, depending on the relative size of the people coming up and down.
Leanne has really struggled today, minus 73, and doesn't get any love on the 10-pin there.
But Leanne very excited about her premier event.
Well, unfortunately, it's not going to result in a medal for Leanne in the singles event. She's got a lot of events to go, though, with the doubles, trios, team, and masters, as well as all events. So a lot of medals to be.
I don't know, how many thousand do we have now? Lucas, 115, 116,000.
Oh, we're getting close to 120.
Fans on Facebook, and there's a lot of benefits to making sure that you're seeing what's happening in that news.
Phillips checks in from Nassau, Bahamas. It's one of the countries that we miss here this week. There's no representatives from the Bahamas. So we miss all the Bahamian bowlers here this week.
Too bad they're not here. That's always a really fun group. Great personalities. And enjoy having them at the event. Sorry that they're not with us here in Las Vegas this week. But hopefully we'll get to see them again soon.
Liz Johnson. Ball kind of rolls in flat, not really doing a whole lot to it there, but gets the strike. It's strike spare three-bagger for Liz. Well, actually, she had a spare it in the first as well. Actually, an open frame in the first for Liz.
Lucas, did you know that you could subscribe to the YouTube channel? A lot of people don't realize that there is an option to subscribe to Bowl TV.
I'm actually a subscriber.
Well, that you are aware, but a lot of folks that don't realize that. So if you like what you're seeing and want to be able to know when a new video has come up on Bowl TV, push subscribe. Look there on the Bowl TV channel. There should be a subscribe button that you find there. We have about 7,000 subscribers so far, but please do subscribe. Whenever we've got a live stream event that's ready on demand, we'll send you a note if you want to check that you get email notifications, or whenever our colleague Matt Lawson puts up a highlight video. He's here and is going to have highlights of today's actions, a little bit shorter form. Everyone should subscribe. It's one of those things that doesn't send you a lot of spam or stuff that you don't want. It just gives you kind of a weekly recap of what's going on Bowl TV. And so we encourage everyone to take that step to the subscribe button, and that way you'll know when there's bowling action taking place on Bowl TV.
Jason, some of these bowlers from Aruba are really talented, and I want you to take a look at number 007, Kamala Dammers. Watch her throw the ball. She's very, very good.
Up right now on the left lane.
She really gets a handful of it. Comes up a little light on that one, but she's going to Weber International. She's somebody that you are going to hear more of in the future.
So could this be an event for Aruba to make some noise?
Yeah, Aruba, I don't believe, has ever medaled in Pabcon Championships. I think, well, they may have, but they definitely have never won a gold medal. And so maybe this will be their breakout year. You never know. Plahowski just struck again. Looks like Plahowski's throwing urethane. Hard to tell. It's kind of a older-looking bowling ball.
We'll try and get a look at her next shot. One of the things about Shannon is she is so quick on the approach that
we'll keep an eye on it.
Easy to have her throw before you even know that she's...
Especially when she's striking as much as she is right now. She has got the potential to put a big game on the board here this game, and we'll keep you updated when she gets up again. They have, looks like, updated the standings in-house here. We should be getting an update in just a moment.
Shot there for Liz, and
Claire Guerrero in the lead at 7:02. Neshka Cardona in second, 6:99. Sorry, Jason.
Just missed flipping around to an unusual and fortunate strike for Deandra. Had what looked like it was going to be the baby split, and a couple of pins just happened to fall forward.
We're going to keep an eye on Plahowski and Johnson. They're the top two for Team USA coming into this game, and they're both starting to catch fire. Plahowski's going to be up in just a moment as the struggles continue for Hulsenberg. She leaves a 7-10 split in the sixth. So Plahowski about to go. Jason, maybe we can get a closer look at the bowling ball she's throwing. There's Shannon. Is that a blue hammer? Can't really tell.
We'll have to go and find out.
Yeah.
That is, we can probably get an answer on that.
I can ask your dad. He's sitting back here. But Shannon is stringing strikes here. This is the 8th frame. Got another one. Just making her run. Our standings are updated on our computer here, Jason. We want to take that shot in a moment. Hey, Nick. Nick Plahowski. Yeah, Shannon's throwing a blue hammer. Her dad just came over, so we have confirmed that. It was going to take a look at the standings here, maybe after Liz goes, because Liz also stringing strikes. Liz in 4th place coming into this game. Kudos to Stephen Padilla for getting those standings done pretty quick. It's not an easy task. Looks like Liz is taking her time down there. And she's going to let Josie go next to her first. So we'll take a look at Ernest here in the 8th, working on a strike, 94 in the 6th. Looks good. Yeah, nice shot there by Josie. So let's head over to Liz now, and then we'll take a look at the standings right after this. Liz and Shannon really trying to make a move here. It's on target. Oh, 4-9 split, a little high. Just kind of checked up on her a little bit. Here's a look at the standings. Kind of catch it midway through here. It'll. It's only showing 3 pages worth of bowlers, so we should click through here in just a second to the top of the leaderboard. Here we go. Clara Guerrero leading the way at 702. Neshka Cardona of Puerto Rico, 699. Contreras of Venezuela, 691. Liz Johnson is 4th at 675. Azret Zetter is in medal contention at 673. And take a look and see if those scores are on bowl.com yet. And they are. You can go to bowl.com/Pabcon 2012. Click on results, and you can find the results after 3 games. Make sure you press refresh if you don't see most current results.
And just got back in time to see Plahowski with another strike. So I think that your assessment there that Plahowski was in position to make a move is accurate.
Yeah, and Plahowski in 7th place coming into this game, and just looks like 33 pins off the lead. And I'm not sure what Shannon's max is this game. It might be 280, 290, somewhere in there, maybe 270. It's hard to tell because we only see the most recent 5 frames. I don't know how far back her string of strikes goes, as Liz leaves a 3-6-10 in the 9th. So Liz kind of giving some back here. Deandra trying to make a big move. Deandra in 17th place at 621, 81 pins off the lead, but Deandra can shoot 276 this game.
You mentioned it, Lucas, getting to see this Aruba team in front of us. They have some talent.
Oh yeah, they got some women that really strap on the ball and can really hook it and get a lot of hand.
I would not be surprised at all if we don't see them take home a medal.
Yeah, I've been watching Pabcon bowling for, boy, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years now, and I really have been watching Aruba develop. You know, it's almost kind of like watching a skyscraper be built from the bottom up. You see it, the progress being made, and they're getting real close.
Yeah, there might be at the tipping point here.
but still, you know, they are doing good things, but they've, you know, they probably would admit they've still got a long way to go. But they're getting closer every day. As Blahowski, look at it, you don't see much emotion out of Shannon Blahowski. It's about as much as you see.
She knew she got a good break there.
Yes, she did. And it looks like Shannon can still shoot 290. I have to see what the scoring system is. It says 260 right now. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure she can still add 30 pins to that. So, because it should pop to 280 if she strikes again, and then 290 with another one. And that's a huge game if she can finish it off here. Such a short format.
Each game is so
each frame.
critical. You can make such a big move.
I mean, you think about it, over the course of the event, you only have 6/10 frames, and got to make them all count. And this is a big one for Shannon Blahowski. Just pulled that one a little bit. So she's going to be 278 with a spare. Still a fantastic game, and will more than double her plus total. So that's going to put her right in the mix. Depending on what everybody else does, she could potentially even be the leader after 4 games, which is an enviable spot to be in with only 2 games to go. Again, mentioned Asbady making her push as well. Liz Johnson starting to fade a bit here, only 170 in the 9th. Take a look at Stephanie Nation. Nation also has been trying to make a push here, but a split there will hurt her. She was in 11th coming in, 61 pins off the lead, but 210 split is going to cool her off a little bit this game. She had the opportunity to shoot a 240 game if she could have punched it out in the 9th and the 10th instead. Could be only in the 2 teens. And game 4 coming to a close. Let's see if Stephanie Nation can convert the 210. Has a chance here. Oh, misses it to the left, just a pinch. That was in the neighborhood, though. Jason was ready to go. He's feeling it. He had the replay ready to go in case she made it.
I haven't had a chance to use the replay yet, so.
Got a lot of time left here this week. 278 for Blahowski. Liz Johnson can strike out for 200. Big shot coming up for Deandra Asbady in the 9th frame. So we'll get the camera set to watch her. She's got a 126 in the 5th, followed by 3 consecutive strikes, and this is the 9th frame. Deandra trying to make a move up the leaderboard. It's going to go high. Yep. Could see it halfway down the lane that it was going to make it put on its left turn signal, and it just took off and left a 4-6-10 split. It's a disaster frame for Asbady. Again, you're watching the Pabcon Adult Championships live from Sunset Station Strike Zone Bowling Center in suburban Las Vegas. Lucas Wiseman, Jason Overstreet with you as we're wrapping up game 4 of 6. Asbady with the open frame, 211 in the 9th for Deandra. She can still shoot 241 this game, but that's a whole lot different than shooting 270. Especially in this 6-game format. Look at the messenger come across.
Take a peek over to see Colombia and Brazil.
That was Abigail Dahmers with the messenger for Aruba. She actually was bowling very well as well.
Rocio Restrepo with a strike.
Oh yeah, I forgot we got those cameras way down there, huh? Rocio hanging in there, 16th place after game 3. By the way, Abigail, who we saw the Rubens send the messenger across, 15th place at 625. And that was a strike for a double in the 10th and to put her in the 230s. Liz Johnson, 199. There's Abigail. So 232. And that will help her cause. She now sits at plus 57. So she's definitely in the mix with 2 games to go for a medal potentially. Stephanie gets a strike. Nation can strike out for 223 this game. That would put her at plus 65.
Another split for S. Beatty.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough finish here for her. Went into the 9th frame with a chance to shoot 270, and she's going to come out with a game in the 2 teens or right at 220.
That's frustrating.
That's just a huge missed opportunity for Deandra, and she's going to know it. Only 6 games, you know, to give away 2 frames in a game in which you had the potential to shoot 270, it can be very difficult to overcome that. But if anybody can, it's our Queen's champ, Deandra. She gets 1 of them, so she shoots 218, and she will not be happy with that. 218 would be a great score for just about anybody else in the field, but it does not feel very good when you go open in the 9th and the 10th. Thanks everybody for watching our live coverage of the Pabcon Adult Championships. The men's division will be coming up at 1 p.m. Pacific time. It is currently 10:46 a.m. here in Las Vegas, so a little bit more than 2 hours away from the start of the men's division. That's going to be at 4 p.m. Eastern time. At least that's the scheduled start time. I think we'll be pretty close. The women running a little bit behind after a delayed start. And the medal ceremony also will be held this afternoon following the men's singles. So they're going to have the women's and the men's medal ceremony at about 5 p.m. Pacific time today. Doubles starts tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Pacific, with the men's doubles, followed by the women's doubles tomorrow afternoon. And Hulsenberg cleans the gutter out a little bit there. That came on a 3-bagger, not a good position to have that in, but for Leanne, quite honestly, it's not going to matter too much. She's not in medal contention, but it does hurt as far as all events total goes, you know. Never want to chuck it in the channel on a 3-bagger.
No.
But playing that far right, it's easy to do. You don't have to miss by very much. Let's see how she recovers here on the fill. Not afraid to get it back out there again, for sure. Gets 6 on the fill, shoots 181. And that brings to a close game number 4, so 2 more games to go. So we will wait for everybody to change lanes and get started, and we'll be back with you in just a minute. All right, so game 5 now underway. We've got Argentina, El Salvador, Puerto Rico within our range here right in front of us. Scores are updated on bowl.com after each game. They just finished game 4. We are starting game 5. And we should be able to give you an update here, probably in about 6 or 7 frames, I would guess, as to where we stand. I think that when the new standings come out, Shannon Plahowski will have made a big move up the leaderboard after she shot 278 in game 4. And 2 more games to go to determine our medalists in the women's singles. Jason, who do we have down on the 30s on our remote cameras down there? Just curious. I don't see anybody down there. It looks like they're still waiting to get started.
Yep, a little bit slower.
Yep.
Now just nothing going on.
It used to be at Pabcon that they would wait until everybody was done before they would start the next game, and they've elected to not do that this year. You can start as soon as your pair is opened up and ready to go. So,
I was wondering that.
yeah,
I was
there's
not
no whistle.
hearing the whistle.
Exactly, no whistle this time. And I don't know if that's because it's such a big bowling center and it's just easier to do it that way or what, but it seems to be working okay. But the result is that things, as you progress in the block, get a little out of whack in terms of some pairs starting and some pairs still waiting to get started. But it's not too far, not too bad yet so far.
A little different mix of teams in front of us this game. So we get a chance to show some countries that perhaps we haven't seen.
Yeah, always good to get a look at the different talent level of the different countries in the zone. Argentina and El Salvador. El Salvador has been a great host of several Pabcon events. Jose Wandique, who's the president of Pabcon, hails from El Salvador, so a big supporter of the sport of bowling. We've also got Puerto Rico in our view. Puerto Rico, of course, coached by former Team USA coach Jerry Edwards, as Neishka Cardona strikes. Both Christy Lopez and Neishka have started with doubles on that pair. Neishka plus 82 in the hunt for a medal as well. Puerto Rico has a very strong team, and in fact, last year at the Pabcon Men's Championships, they were pretty close to pulling off the upset against Team USA in the team event. I think Puerto Rico only finished 60 or 80 pins back after 6 games, which was opened a lot of eyes as to, Team USA is not unbeatable in this competition, despite the fact that the United States wins more than 61% of all the gold medals at the Pabcon Championships. The level of talent is evening up a bit, and there's a lot of parity in this zone starting to develop between the countries. Guatemala.
Yeah, we really are seeing an emergence of some of the other countries, and particularly, as you mentioned, a lot of them doing it from the ground up. Those younger players that are beginning to mature, having moved up from the youth ranks and now having bowled on the adult side for a few years, are having the experience where they're more and more serious medal contenders here at the Pabcon than ever before.
Yeah, definitely a challenge to win medals in this event, without a doubt. And there's a lot on the line for these countries here this week. Not so much for the United States, but this is a qualifier for the World Championships. The United States is already qualified as the host country for the World Championships next year, but the top 8 countries will be qualifying for the World Championships. And it's kind of a unique, I'll use the word unique, borderline weird format that they're using to determine this. They will take each country's top 4 singles scores each country's top 2 doubles scores, their top trios score, and their team event score to give them a total pinfall that will determine the qualifiers for the World Championship. And what that does is it gives all of the countries an opportunity. So if, for example, if your country only has 4 strong players and you've got 2 players who are weak and of not the same level, it does not hurt that country as much. So it kind of levels the playing field to a certain extent across the board. Looks like they're having some issues with the names moving, and that has caused a little bit of a delay on some of the pairs that may impact us going into the last game. Keep an eye on it.
Off to our right.
Putting in A, B, C, D.
Essentially stopped, so while everybody else is progressing onto frame 3-4 about right now.
I think they're going to get started pretty quick here, though. But those qualifying countries' standings will be updated on bowl.com as well, so you can see how that progresses at the end of the day, probably, I would guess. And again, the standing, although we are in the 4th frame here on our featured pairs, the standings will be delayed just a little bit as they work to get them typed in. After game 4, when you have some pairs that finish ahead of others, it kind of throws things out of cycle a little bit. Takes longer to get standings done, but I know that Stephen is getting those typed in as quick as possible. And quite honestly, the players who are not really in contention for a medal tend to bowl faster than the players who are in contention, and that can make the delay even longer as far as getting standings goes, because it makes things even more out of whack.
If you're just joining us, this is the 2012 Pabcon Championships live from suburban Las Vegas. Thanks to our host here at Sunset Station. And there'll be several other events here at Sunset Station coming up. This really is turning into a hub of elite bowling competition. I want to invite everyone in the United States to consider coming out to visit us here for the Team USA trials in January. It's a great event. More information about that is available on bowl.com. You mentioned the Queens will be here following the Combined Worlds next year. So this is a good center to get to know, and really is a great place to stay. A little bit away from the hustle, bustle, and expense of the Strip.
I saw one of the players who had been here for the first time, and they said, this is almost like a little city. He said, I'd never have to go outside.
It is. I mean, if you haven't been here, it's really a fantastic property where you have numerous restaurants, all kinds of things to do here, and so it's kind of this all-inclusive resort of sorts here in Henderson. And it's very affordable as well, so that's part of the reason that so many events are held here, and that it's a very attractive place, because you realize that a lot of people, as you travel to compete in events, are trying to make the most of your travel budget. So why not have a great experience and not get gouged for huge prices on the hotel room while you're at it.
Jason, if we can go to 55 and 56. Christy Lopez from Puerto Rico is the front four. Just trying to keep it going. Haven't seen too many people start a game with a string of strikes. Let's see if Christy can get one going here. Or keep it going, I should say. Four-pin. She got stung by the Wiseman jinx.
Bringing that out early today. So again, our format, 6 games total pinfall. We'll have the women's event here this morning and the men coming up this afternoon. Star-studded field really for the Pabcon Championships.
Probably, as Kevin Dornberger said earlier, the biggest field I've ever seen in a Pabcon Championships, and I've been to quite a few of them. It's a lot of excitement in Pabcon, and it's really growing. Although we are missing some countries who are normally here, like Chile and the Bahamas. Maybe Bermuda. We still have a great field, and top to bottom, probably one of the strongest Pabcon fields I've seen.
Well, and just some great names. You'll definitely want to stick around for the entire week. But if you didn't get to see some of the Team USA stars this morning, will be on throughout the week, and everybody's really looking forward to seeing the men bowl this afternoon. Now, Lucas, again, do we have a firm start time for the men's squad later today?
Well, it's supposed to start at 1, which would be in about 2 hours, and I would say we'll probably be pretty close. There was supposed to be an hour-and-a-half oil break. They have 72 lanes to oil here, although they don't use all of them this afternoon. But it will take them a little bit of time to run the lanes. But if I had to guess, I'd say we're pretty close to being on schedule for this afternoon. Veronica Raji, who's on the Pabcon board, says hello to her friends in Chile. So Veronica's here. Unfortunately, no bowlers from Chile are here, but hopefully some of them are watching back in Chile. Still waiting on that update to come in after game 4. It should be coming soon. Jason, I think I'm going to put on the mobile gear here and go see how they are doing as far as Team USA goes and some of the other leaders.
All right. Well, we'll see what you find.
Take a couple batteries with me just in case for the microphone. Don't want to have it go dead at the peak time, right?
Well, we invite everybody who's watching to please check out their tournament section of bowl.com. Review the different tournament options that are available from USBC. Love to have everyone visit our Open Championships and Women's Championships in Reno next year. Once again, you can go to bowl.com and click on tournaments, give a rundown of everything. Masters and Queens are a couple of tournaments for elite bowlers, and of course, if you're a youth bowler, you should be a part of Junior Gold to have a chance to bowl at the North Point Junior Gold Championships.
So, Jason, I'm down here behind Shannon Plahowski, plus 147 for 4 games, and 128 in the 6th, the strike in the 7th.
All right.
So if anybody for Team USA is going to medal, it's looking like it's going to be Shannon. She's making a run towards the gold. I'm going to see if I can find out what Clara shot. Actually, looks like, yeah, I should be able to get an update here in just a moment, so bear with me.
Well, and you may have heard Lucas, Puerto Rico getting excited here in front of us. Cardona continues to strike.
Jason, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm down here by lane 21, Contreras from Venezuela, who was right up there in the standings. She has only got 52 in the 4th here in this game, but she shot 241 last game. So struggling a bit here in game 5, but had a good game in game 4.
Well, maybe one of the main stories, Lucas, is here in front of us, and that's Nishke Cardona. We're watching her and Christy Lopez. You hear the cheering for Team Puerto Rico as they're putting some strikes on the board here in this game. Cardona was leading after 3. I don't know what she had in the other game. We'll wait to see standings updated shortly.
So, Jason, there was a score error in the standings that we had earlier. Clara's score was wrong, and she actually dropped from 1st down to 4th, I think, tied for 4th. So Neshka Cardona in the lead at 699 is accurate. Stephen Padilla, just checked in with him. He's still waiting on one more sheet of scores from game number 4, and then he should be able to give an update in just a few minutes.
Another strike for Cardona. Gets a good break.
Caroline Lagrange from Canada, who is in the mix for a medal, 220 in game 4, and she sits at plus 92. 96 in the 5th. This game, a strike in the 6th. But again, Shannon Plahowski plus 147. Right up there is the highest that I have seen walking the concourse here.
I'll turn our eyes back to the Puerto Rico pair in front of us. Lopez has a string of 3 in a row. And they're just carrying everything here. Puerto Rico throwing the ball well, but also getting some breaks. So that's a 4-bagger for Lopez.
Well, Neshka at plus 82 is about, see here, 65 pins back of Plahowski. So Neshka does need a big game, and here's Neshka up in the 9th.
She's got a big game going.
Yeah. This is a big shot here. Oh, through the face, leaves a 4.67. Wow. It's a heartbreaker. Down 65 with 2 games to go, and Neshka really could have used another hit right there.
Yeah, there's never a good time, but the 9th frame, when you've got a string going, that just is a real momentum killer.
Down here behind Clara Guerrero now. Clara 245 last game. She sits at plus 114. And Clara 128 in the 6th, the strike in the 7th here in game 5. Paula Gomez looks like she's at plus 91. She's in the mix as well.
Look at the Colombians.
Shannon Plahowski can strike out for 228 this game. I don't see any of the other Team USA members with a chance to medal, at least not at this stage with a little bit more than a game to go. Trying to get an update on Ezeret Zetter of Mexico. Ezeret has been right up there. Ezeret 178 in game 4, and she sits at 849. So Ezeret has fallen off the pace just a little bit. Shannon Plahowski left a single pin in the 10th. She's only going to shoot 208, which is going to open the door for a lot of players to be in the hunt here going into the last game. Shannon gets 6 on the fill for 204. So Plahowski now at plus 151.
Now we see Cardona on the approach, 10th frame. She can still shoot 244. Make up some ground for a shot. A 7-10 nearly is the 7, just goes down at the last moment. So avoiding total disaster in the 9th and 10th. She can still run that down for a score in the 230s and gain a little ground to at least have Plahowski be in potential reach in the final game.
Yeah, just walking through, Jason, I've now walked the concourse a couple of times, and it looks like Plahowski in the lead and Clara Guerrero in second. Clara can shoot 214 this game. If she strikes out, that would put her at plus 128. Plahowski is at plus 151. And Cardona obviously going to be in the mix as well. She's going to shoot 234 this game with a strike on the fill. That would put her at plus 116.
So we'll see what happens as we go down the stretch.
It's hard to keep track of it with so many bowlers out there, but it seems like it's going to be Plahowski, Guerrero, Cardona, right near the top there going into the last game.
So 233 for Cardona. And as we've mentioned, it's just total pinfall to determine who wins the medals. There is no match play, no step ladder, nothing head-to-head. Whatever the final tallies are at the end of the next game, that's it. So it'll be where the other teammates and coaches are trying to keep an eye on things, much as Lucas is doing. Notepads at hand to see exactly what is needed in order to medal. Lucas mentioned Clara Guerrero in contention. Here's a look at Clara.
Yeah, I'm down here behind Clara now. Just done talking to Shannon Plahowski. She's walking around doing the same thing I am, trying to figure out the scores. These are a couple of big frames here for Clara to finish out Game 5. That's a good shot. 10-pin stays up, though. Came in a little bit light, and she'll be looking at a spare, and that'll decrease her ability to make up ground. She's now looking at a max of 204 if she spares and strikes out in the 10th. And that would put her at 118 over if she were able to do that. Plahowski again at plus 151. And the more I walk around and watch, the more confident I am that Shannon Plahowski is going to be the leader going into the last game. And it may be by as many as 40 pins, 30, 40 pins.
It looks like she's going to have some room, so it'll be...
Yeah, when I was talking to Shannon, I said I didn't want to, of course, make her get on the microphone because she's got one more game left in competition, but I said, I think you're in the lead going into the last game. I'm not sure. My advice would be to strike a lot. She said, thanks. Thanks for the help.
Way to go. You have a coaching career ahead of you.
That's right. Look out, Rod Ross. Because, yeah, Cardona is at plus 115. Again, Plahowski at plus 151. Josie Ernest shot 269. Nice game for her. That actually puts her in striking distance of a medal. She will be at plus 87 after 5 games.
Once again, if you're just joining us, live coverage of the women's singles here at the Pabcon Championships in Las Vegas, wrapping up game number 5. 5 of 6, and so we will be seeing who takes home the medals here in this first event of the championships within the hour. We'll have the men's championships, singles division coming up about 1 o'clock here Pacific time. If you can't catch any of the action, please subscribe to Bowl TV. Push the subscribe button there if you're watching us on YouTube, and that'll give you an alert whenever we have an event available on demand that is there for you to see. So push that subscribe button, receive updates on Bowl TV coverage. Also, you'll know when one of Matt Lawson's recap videos is complete and ready for viewing.
I'm just waiting down here behind Clara to see what she does in the 10th. Paola with a spare in the 10th, so she's going to shoot 203 as we wait for Clara to go.
See Clara sitting down. Team Columbia, the women, made a really nice showing at the World Championships last year. Know that they got to be thinking that they've got a chance to do something big here at Pabcon, and off to a good start with Clara in medal contention. Of course, Clara Guerrero, no stranger to winning on the international scene.
She's going to have a lot of work to do. She's going to be in the mix. But sure seems like Shannon Plahowski will probably be in the lead going into the last game.
She likes Las Vegas, too. Clara took home gold at the World Championships here in Las Vegas, 2009.
Yeah, that was over at the convention center on the specially constructed lanes. It was a nice moment for Clara. She had a great tournament, the World Women's Championships here.
Meanwhile, we wait. As you may recall, a slight delay was getting some things set with the scoring system, have our pairs a little bit off kilter in terms of their pace of play. So there's nobody on the pairs right in front of us, but we have a few going off to our right. See Puerto Rico and Guatemala. I know we have some fans for Team Mexico out there. Mexico was on our featured pairs earlier today, and they are off down on the low side of the house right now and out of view. So,
and Azeret Zetter was in contention for a medal, but has fallen off the pace a little bit. Here's Clara in the 10th first shot. Through the face. She's not happy about it. Leaves the 4-7. Now that drops down to 192 max, and she's fit to be tied down there. So she's going to lose more ground here, and I think Cardona may be in second. Hard to say, though. There's so many bowlers across this house, it's hard to see what all of them are doing. I didn't see how Contreras did for Venezuela to close out the game. Clara shooting a pretty straightforward 4-7 here in the 10th. No problem. So 192 with a strike on the fill for Guerrero. She'll lose 8 pins here on her plus minus, and she will go to plus 106 with a strike on the fill. And she's going to make a ball change on her final shot here. One thing to keep in mind for Neshka Cardona as she comes down here, she's got Jerry Edwards in her corner, former Team USA coach. So she's got a good coach in her corner who's been there before down the stretch in an event like this.
That Puerto Rico team has really, been showing great signs of improvement. They're just getting maturity. They're a very young team.
Yeah, Neshka bowls in college at Sam Houston State down in Texas. I'm going to walk down and see if I can find out what Contreras shot here in Game 5.
Take a wide look as we wait for the players to move to their next pair. Again, the concluding 6th game on tap next. Team USA's Shannon Pluhowski in the lead. But by exactly how much is something that we will have to wait and see.
Of course, Jason, it never fails. I walk all the way down to lane 15 to see what Contreras shot, and she just made the move up to the high end.
Oh, well.
Getting my exercise this morning. Shannon Pluhowski starts with a strike. She is down on 31 and 32. And, you know, while I'm down here, Jason, I'm going to make a camera adjustment so we can get a camera on Pluhowski for this last game. It'll be kind of a wide shot, but better than nothing.
Well, as Lucas does that, we'll remind everyone that we'll have results of the Pabcon Championships available at bowl.com. You'll see there on the home page will be links to all of our Pabcon coverage as we keep you up to date on what's happening. Singles today, we've got doubles, trios, the team competition, and masters on tap for you. Coverage all the way through Saturday, and we will have every event here live on Bowl TV. Be sure to let everybody know that this coverage is available, compliments of the United States Bowling Congress. Please like us on Facebook for an update on exactly when we're getting started. Also follow us on Twitter for the latest information on USBC programs and events.
Jason, if you want to check this camera down here, I think I've got it set for Pluhowski. They are actually working on it. It's 31 and 32.
Should be good.
Okay. Leave this down here. We've got Shannon's mom keeping an eye on the camera for it.
It's good to have a little bit of extra assistance.
Don't want anybody to trip over a cable or something and cause a problem.
And we should have Clara Guerrero here off to our right, it looks like, this next game. So we'll be able to keep an eye on what's happening with Guerrero and Pluhowski.
Big cheers for Cardona as she starts with a strike. And she's up plus 115, Pluhowski plus 151. We can't, unfortunately, get a camera on her.
Cardona is right in between our platforms where we have cameras, so it'll be difficult to be able to see her other than from a side angle from time to time. So nevertheless, we'll do the best that we can. So here we go in game number 6.
I can tell you, just walked past Clara Guerrero. She looks very upset. She's still waiting to get started.
There's a look at Clara. Yes, she knows that that last game was a bit of a missed opportunity. Try and see if she can get things straightened out here. Game 6, maybe making some adjustments. Back over to take a look at Shannon Pluhowski. Ball in hand, left side of your screen. She did not strike her first ball in front for the spare conversion.
Again, I'm not sure what the delay is in getting the standings, but I know they're working on it. Of course, everything we show you is unofficial anyways. They will, have a little bit of a break between at the end of this block. And wow, Cardona just threw it in the gutter. Came on a strike though. Doesn't lose any count. But there will be a break before we know the official standings at the end of this game. Cardona doesn't lose any count though. So it's not the end of the world that she got 0 on that shot. They're trying to keep you updated on the contenders, even though we might not have a camera on them. Cardona trying to make the spare. She does. So strike spare start for Cardona. Pluhowski also strikes spare. I think, Jason, if Pluhowski can shoot 230, she'll be in great shape doing the gold. It's kind of what I'm seeing out here.
Shannon up now.
Comes up light, leaves the 3-6-9 on that shot here in the third. So 37 in the second for Pluhowski. Scores are updated. Pluhowski was in the lead after game 4. Cardona was second after game 4, it looks like. I'm not sure if those are accurate or not, but we will keep an eye on it. Cardona just struck in the third.
Pluhowski ball in hand, and the way that this is working out, it might be that Clara Guerrero will be in position to know exactly what she needs because she hasn't even started yet. It's going to be a matter of what kind of numbers the others put up first. Pluhowski doesn't seem to quite have the line like she has before on this pair, Lucas. With the spare attempt and conversion.
Just trying to keep tabs on the score. So it looks like there's an error in the results that got posted, so I'm trying to get that resolved. And maybe Steven knows it because he took down the standings here in-house. Pluhowski strikes, spare to start, 56 in the third.
I guess the question is, Lucas, is there anyone we should be keeping an eye on besides Guerrero, Cardona, and Pluhowski?
going to be real hard, Jason, to have an idea of what's going on here down the stretch. I'm having some issues with the standings. Doing our best to keep you updated, but no plus minus on all of the screens. But makes it hard to walk the concourse and see as well. But 151 over for Pluhowski. And what we saw on the screen for Cardona is not correct. So she is at plus 115. That much we know.
Here's Pluhowski. Probably the quickest one of the group in terms of pace.
Strike, spare strike for Pluhowski. She'll probably finish ahead of most of the rest of the contenders. Still trying to get an update on Contreras from Venezuela to see where she sits going into the last game. They were having a little bit of delay, and I actually see her sitting back on the concourse, still waiting to bowl.
Clara Guerrero still has not thrown her first shot, as I can only guess that there's some kind of problem with the scoring system over here, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, we've got some issues.
Over to Liz Johnson now.
Trying to get an update on Contreras here. Give me just a moment.
Some questions in the chat about the surface adjustment rules. There are different rules for WTBA international competition than USBC rules. So you may have noticed a surface adjustment going on, things that typically not be allowed under USBC competition, but under WTBA rules, it's slightly different.
Sounds like Contreras has dropped out of the mix. Shot 150 in Game 5.
Strike for Pluhowski. So Shannon Pluhowski, your leader, should be in pretty good shape.
That's what it's looking like.
Cardona has a string of a couple, I believe, if just memory serves correctly.
Guerrero at plus 104, Gomez at plus 93 for Colombia.
So Guerrero and Gomez, a couple that take a look at in medal contention, but a ways out of first.
Yeah, and you know, Neshka Cardona definitely not out of the mix here. Strike, spare, double to start Game 6, and this is the 5th frame. She's up right now.
How much ground does she have to make up?
She's down about 35 pins, and that's way right. Leaves a washout. She's at 115 coming into this game. Pluhowski at 151. So that would be 36 pins behind. Get the scoring update on Pluhowski here. Pluhowski has thrown a double, 76 in the 4th for Pluhowski.
Pluhowski has been clean, so really no ground gained thus far for Cardona.
The way it's shaping up, it's looks like it's Pluhowski's to lose at this stage if she can finish strong.
Oh, we didn't have the angle there. Did she convert the washout?
Back for you, let me see. Got to walk back down. I was down behind Pluhowski. She did not. It was an open frame, 95 in the 5th.
So that's 10 more pins that she falls behind Pluhowski, and it's looking really good for Shannon Pluhowski to
Shannon's up
take
now.
the gold here. She's got a strike working, right? She's working on a double.
She's working on a double here, 76 in the fourth. Still throwing the blue hammer.
So this one.
Good shot, leaves the 7. So, as of now, if things stay the way they are, Cardona, Guerrero, and
Lucas, you're a little bit too far. Your microphone's cutting out.
Am I fading out here? Gomez and Guerrero from Colombia will still have a chance if they can bowl a huge game in this final game because they have not started yet. Or they have just started, I should say.
Correct, they're just getting going.
Jason, I'm going to come back to base here. My headset's fading in and out on me.
Strike
Cardona just struck.
And a spare for Pluhowski.
Seems like if Pluhowski can stay clean, she'll be in pretty good shape.
I would think so.
Could really come down to how the Colombians finish, though. Gomez has started with a double. Clara converted a split to start.
And she'll have to try to convert another one in the second. So Clara looking a little bit shaky. Maybe it's Gomez who is the Colombian to watch here.
And actually, Clara has started with an open. I looked at the wrong scoreboard. I looked at the Venezuelan scoreboard. I don't know if you corrected me on that, Jason, but Clara, potential to go open here, and that would be pretty devastating. 4-9 split, misses it. She has 17 in the second. Gomez has gone spare strike.
Back over, Pluhowski is just outside of your view. She's about to deliver the shot.
Cardona just doubled. You can hear the cheers.
Pluhowski leaves a 7 pin.
So Cardona trying to hang in there. Pluhowski with a back-to-back 7 pins. She's at 144 in the 7th. Still an outside shot here for Josie Ernest to get in the bronze or silver medal. She's at plus 87, 108 in the 5th and a double. So not out of the realm of possibility for Josie Ernest to get in. Liz Johnson plus 64, 139 in the 6th. A little bit tougher for her, but
Paola doubles.
Not out of the realm of possibility for Team USA to get a couple of medals. And if things were to go perfect for Team USA, they could sweep the medals, although I think that's unlikely. I think Cardona will probably stay in on the podium. So it's all going to come down to the final few frames here for Cardona, how she finishes. Just saw Neshka's mom, and she is very, very nervous back. Her legs are shaking. She's so nervous. Maybe more nervous than her daughter.
Looks like Shannon's going to be next to go.
Yeah, I see Shannon on the approach down there. I'm behind Neshka now. That looked pretty good, but another 7 pin?
Another 7 pin.
Yeah. Cardona is up in the 8th, working on a double 95 in the 5th frame.
Looks like Josie just struck.
Another strike for Neshka.
So what do you think, Lucas? Can you give us a recap on, is she pretty much locked up a medal, do you think?
Neshka or Shannon?
Neshka.
It's looking pretty good for her right now. It's all going to come down to how the Colombians finish. They got off to a bad start, though. Josie can strike out for 258, and that would put her at plus 145. Neshka would have to shoot 230 to get there, and Neshka can strike out for 245. So it's going to be close. I think that Josie Ernest has the potential to get in the medal hunt here.
Now, we haven't been talking about Josie being in contention. There's a look down at Josie, and she's kind of snuck on in and made a good run these last.
Well, she shot 269 last game, and she has a chance to shoot 258 here, and that's 2 huge games.
Yep, really making a nice run as the pattern breaks down. Gomez struck again for Colombia, so she's gone spare 3-bagger, so that's something to keep an eye on.
Just gave Team USA coach Rod Ross an update on my number crunching that I've been doing here. It's hard to tell, especially when you're stuck in one area of the bowling center.
I couldn't tell what Cardona did there other than not strike, but I don't know, couldn't see her leave. Here's Plahowski, and she leaves another 7-pin. I don't know, that's got to be at least 4.
Big 10th frame coming up for Josie Ernest. Not quite sure the situation, but it seems like she could really get into medal contention if she can strike. And she's up on 34, working on 3 in a row. 9th frame, goes high, leaves a 4-pin, and that's going to hurt. Kind of hurts the chances of Team USA taking the silver. It looks like it's going to be Cardona's to lose, although it looks like Cardona opened.
We couldn't see what she did that last frame. Lucas, I don't know, I was hollering at you. I didn't know if you could hear me, but I knew she missed, but I didn't know whether she converted the spare or not.
Yeah, Neshko 6-3 in the 9th, 179 in the 9th frame now, and that changes the complexion of things a little bit here. Neshka's max now plus 124. Now let's go crunch some numbers for Josie and see where she's at. I'm getting my exercise here today, Jason.
Well, and meanwhile, back to our right, Paola Gomez has gone spare 3-bagger as she's looking to grab a medal here with a big 6th game.
Jason, you got me?
I do.
Okay, keep fading out here. It looks like Josie can strike out for 237 this game. That would put her at plus 124. And Neshka's max, I believe, is plus 124.
Now, what frame is Josie in?
They're both going into the 10th. Neshka is up first here.
And we just saw Shannon strike. Is it safe to say that Plahowski has it locked up?
It's hard to say, but I think so. I don't see any scenario based on what I'm seeing that would change that.
Do you recall how far back? Well, we'll watch this shot by Cardona first.
She leaves a 10-pin. Plahowski 202. And
how far back was Paola Gomez?
Paola was about plus 94. She was probably about 50 pins, 60 pins back.
She's gone spare and has not missed after that.
And what frame is she in?
5th, spare 4-bagger.
Spare 4-bagger, so that puts her in the hunt. With Puchalski shooting 202.
So Ernest has a chance to be able to potentially grab the second spot here in the 10th is what you're describing, Lucas.
Now Liz is going to shoot 259, but I don't think it's going to be enough to get her in medal contention. Josie Ernest is up in the 10th. You might be able to see her, Jason.
I can just see her.
Let me nudge the camera here.
I can't see the pins, but I can see her.
Should have it now.
Okay, now I see her.
10th frame for Josie.
Oh, my.
Wow. Are you kidding me right now? An 8-pin in the pocket. That was brutal. She loved it off her hand.
So count really big for Cardona now.
Josie can shoot 226 this game. That would put her at plus 113. Cardona finishes at plus 114. So Cardona has at least shut out Josie. But like you said, Gomez is working on a good game. She could hop into silver medal.
Gomez just struck again.
Yeah, Gomez, if she finishes strong, she can win the gold. That's my feeling here. The way things are shaping up, Paola Gomez has a shot. Paola at plus 93 coming into this game. She would need to shoot 259 to tie Puchalski.
It's within reach. She's gone spare 5-bagger. Boy, Josie, that stone 8, perhaps the difference between medal and not.
Yeah, if I had to guess right now, I would say that that Josie's going to be on the outside looking in. And Clara now has gone open 4-bagger. She was plus 104 coming into this game. Not quite out of it yet. The Colombians, they have the potential to go 1-2 here. Because Clara can still shoot 257. That would get her to plus 161. And Puchalski was at plus 153. So Neshka Cardona now on the bubble to medal.
Well, still a lot of frames left, though. They're in the 6th, so Gomez with a little bit more room to breathe, but we'll see what happens. Said drama here as we close out the 6th game for who will win the singles championships here at Pabcon. Shannon Puchalski from Team USA, your leader in the clubhouse. But Paola Gomez and Clara Guerrero from Colombia lurking, both with great looks here on lanes 57 and 58, and they have been lighting it up. Gomez, who has ball in hand now, has gone spare and then has been perfect.
Shannon Puchalski has made her way down here to watch a little bit. She just asked me for the update.
7th frame now for Gomez.
It's a big shot. Paola, she can still miss twice and get there. 7th, working on 5 in a row. Playing way out. 4, leaves the 4. So now her max score goes to 269. And she needs 260 to tie Plahowski. So she's going to need to throw 4 strikes in a row after she makes this spare.
Her margin for error has
just went away.
Very, very slim.
So she needs the next 4. Guerrero, sitting at plus 104, would need not quite as much as Shannon. Still needs 250 this game to pass Plahowski. I mean, not as much as Paola. Needs 250 to pass Plahowski. And her max score is 257. So Clara cannot afford to miss. That's way right. Yep, leaves the 2-5. Never really had a chance. Just too far to the right on that one. And Clara cannot get there now.
Knocks her out of contention for the gold. So really just one player standing between Shannon Plahowski and the gold medal.
That's what it's looking like. Can't guarantee it, but that's what we're seeing so far. The standings after 5 are now updated in-house here. I'm not sure if they're 100% accurate or not. They look pretty close to what I'm seeing. Clara's score is wrong, I can tell you that much. One of the Mexicans, Lily Role, she's up there, and then she's kind of come from nowhere, so I need to check and see what she's got going, Jason. I'm going to walk down to the Mexican bowlers and see what I can see for her.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on Colombia as you go to the low end of the house. Clara with a spare, of course, while she may not still be able to catch Plahowski for the gold, other medals still in reach.
It looks like Lilia shot 201, so that would knock her out at plus 113. So I'm feeling a little bit more confident now.
8th frame now for Gomez. Must strike.
Yeah, she can't miss.
To have a chance for the gold. She got it.
Hanging in there.
She's giving herself a chance.
I believe we said that Cardona was at plus 114. That was her final tally. And so it looks like Gomez will certainly get there with a strong finish. Guerrero can max out this game at 235. That would put her at plus 138. And so it could be that Cardona does not medal. It's still very close and a little bit hard to tell. Here's Clara. 8th frame, working on a spare. Looked pretty good right there. She sticks her tongue out a little bit at it. Gets the strike.
Just joining us, you're watching the 2012 Pabcon Championships, the women's singles. The last couple of frames of significance in the middle hunt. There is no match play, so whatever happens in these next 2 frames will determine where the hardware goes. Shannon Plahowski of Team USA is in the lead. Paola Gomez of Colombia, the only player left, we believe, with a chance to potentially catch her.
So just seeing that Alicia Marcano is in the mix, Jason. We just have a new update here. Plus 132 for Marcano. She's going at a 279 pace. She's on the same pair as Clara. Kind of slipped through on us here. She bowled a big game 5. She's up right now. And it's looking like she might get the gold, actually. Oh, she just carried it for the strike.
Well, that's something that with the scoring updates being slow, unless you're actually able to look at the recap sheets, it's possible for that to slip on through. So can you Can you assess?
Yeah, it's going to be Marcano, I think, for the gold.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 132 over. She's at 11:32 coming into this game. She'll shoot 279 if she strikes out. She still has the 9th and the 10th to go. She would need. She would only need 222 to pass Pluhowski, and she's already pretty much there. But Gomez can still pass Pluhowski. Gomez will need a strike here and 2 more in the 10th to pass Pluhowski. Got the hit.
So I guess bottom line, no more absolutes on where anyone stands for medals.
No, that's why I keep saying that it's not a done deal. Alicia Marcano, 245 last game, and can shoot 279. And when the scores are, not astronomical, it can only take 2 big games like that at the end to make it close. Well, let's see here. Actually, I was looking at the wrong scoreboard for Marcano. She's on the. See, they don't have any names up there. They've got letters, which is confusing the situation even more. Marcano is the bottom bowler. Her max is 259, so a little bit different of a scenario. Not by much, but a little different scenario for Marcano. Her max 259. We put her at plus 191. And Marcano, I think if she goes spare, she'd shoot in the 220s. And she needs 221 to tie Pluhowski, so it's not quite over yet. If Gomez strikes out, she'll shoot 269, and that would put her at plus 162, which would be 9 pins ahead of Pluhowski. If Marcano strikes here, it will put her into the 230s with just a spare in the 10th. And she would not have as much work to do in the final frame to win the gold. It's high. It's a baby split, a 310. And that changes the complexion of things a little bit here now. She can still shoot 230, still shoot 237 this game.
So again, Lucas, what is it that you believe that she needs?
Gomez can strike out for 269. That would put her, do some math here, at plus 162. Marcano, let's see if she makes it. That'll help the math a little bit here. That's good. She makes it. She can shoot 237, and that would put her at 169 over. And Paola's going to go first. It is not out of the realm of possibility that Pluhowski could still hold on for the gold here. It's very close. It's going to come down to this final frame for both Gomez and Marcano. We do know one thing right now. Paola Gomez needs a double in the 10th frame to pass Shannon Pluhowski. That's step one.
Can you let Matt know what to shoot there right next to you?
And Gomez leaves the 7-pin. She will not pass Pluhowski. So Gomez can shoot 248 this game. That'd put her at plus 141. She'd be just 12 pins short. So it looks like it's going to either be Marcano or Pluhowski, unofficially, based on what we're seeing, for the gold. I believe that Marcano is going to need a mark with good count to pass Pluhowski. If she goes 9 spare strike, that would put Marcano at 226 and plus 158 overall. Pluhowski was at plus 153. Gomez fill ball. A 10 pin puts her at 247. That'll put her at plus 140 for the tournament. Clara Guerrero can only strike out for plus 130, so for plus 139, so she'll be just shy of a medal no matter what. Neshika Cardona is out of the medals.
So we wait and see what happens in the 10th frame for Alicia Marcano.
Yeah, big 10th frame coming up for Marcano. And Marcano sisters have been bowling in Pabcon events for years and years and years, and they know what it takes to win. They are champions. And Alicia Marcano may not be a household name in the United States, but she is in Pabcon. She's a veteran out here. And it would not surprise me if she steps up and packs a couple of strikes in the 10th frame. And she's about to step up now. Her sister Karen's back here. All of the Venezuelans are ready to explode if she can throw a strike. I tell you, just looking at Alicia's face, she is all business right now, going through a pre-shot routine.
Crowd starting to gather as others are done the math and realizing that.
And again, it's all completely unofficial. Clara's going to finish strong here. She's going to shoot 224. I think a lot of folks have tried to do the math throughout the bowling center. It's very challenging. But this is, I think, where we stand. Alicia Marcano needs a mark with good count to pass Pluhowski. She's ready to go. Standing about as far right as you can get. Right leg almost up against the ball return. If she strikes, it looks like it'll be gold. Here we go. It's a little right. It's hooking back, and it carries for the strike. How about that? Alicia Marcano. Wow, I told you, Jason. She's clutch. She delivers. Not quite over yet. Still has a little bit of work to do. She needs 6 pins on 2 shots, it looks like. Make it 5 pins on 2 shots. I like her chances to be able to knock down 5 pins on 2 balls.
I'd say so, and that was a clutch performance there by Alicia Marcano.
Yeah, coming out of nowhere here, shooting 245 in Game 5, sneaking up there, and now bowling a good final game as well. Let's see if she can close it out with a bang here. Good shot. Hate to say I told you so, but I told you so, Jason. She packs both strikes in the 10th. No doubters right there. And that'll put her in the 230s. And she strikes again, plus 169 for Alicia Marcano. What a great finish for Venezuela.
If I recall, the last Pabcon was Karen that performed quite well. This time, Alicia Marcano for Venezuela.
off to the strong start. Well, she gets 9 on the fill, and based on the cheers, I would say, Jason, that we're right, that she's won the gold medal. So congratulations to Alicia Marcano at plus 168. Shannon Plahowski at plus 153. And Paola Gomez of Colombia plus 140 is what it looks like. Now, that's unofficial. We'll see if we can get Marcano for a minute or two here. See if we can get her. Joined by Alicia Marcano. Congratulations on the gold medal. So you came from behind, a 245 and a 236 the last 2 games to get there. Did you feel some pressure at the end to throw strikes to make the big move to win?
Well, almost was same like the last Pan Am, and I feel really good, confident in that. So I always used to do that, working out under pressure.
Did you know at the end what you needed?
Yeah.
And did you have any nerves? Because I said she's going to get up there and she's going to throw a perfect strike. Did you have any nerves at all?
Just a little bit, but when you just stay, just good shot and that's it.
What's it feel like to win the singles, the first event? It's a good start to the tournament.
Yeah, it's my 3rd time in the podium. My first time in gold it was in '97, so it was good to be there again.
Congratulations again. Good bowling.
Thank you.
All right, Lucas with Alicia Marcano comes through in the clutch, takes gold, just stepping ahead of Team USA's Shannon Pluhowski.
Yeah, so it looks like it's Marcano for the gold, Pluhowski for the silver, and Gomez from Colombia for the bronze. Unofficial, of course. That's just based on our math here on Bowl TV. We'll have to wait for the final official standings to come in.
So we had some drama here on front of our cameras. Glad that everybody was with us, and there's more to come as we have the men's side of the singles competition here at the Pabcon Championships coming up for you in just about 45 minutes to an hour.
I'll tell you, we couldn't have asked for a better start to the tournament, Jason. That was exciting. And we've got 72 lanes in this place. What are the odds of having it right in front of us here on Bowl TV? We got lucky today, and let's hope that the luck continues this afternoon and we can put on another good show. This is just the first of 6 days of coverage, the first block, and very compelling. We ask for you to spread the word on Facebook and Twitter. Let everybody know that the live coverage is available here on Bowl TV. And, well, they took a little bit longer at the finish there to bowl with all the technical issues, and so we will definitely not start at 1 o'clock for the guys. It's already 12:17 here. And I would say, optimistically, maybe a 1:30 start time. So a little bit more than an hour from now before we get started with the men's singles.
So just check back with us here on our YouTube channel, Bowl TV, for the men's competition coming up later today. Also, you can find a link to the coverage always on Bowl.com if you're not sure if we're live or not, and we will do our best. If anything is happening live, you will see our feed, but we will likely, as Lucas said, be firing things up a little bit later than originally forecasted. Maybe in the 1:15 area sounds like a good guess.
Yeah, we'll find out officially what our start time is, and we'll take down the live stream during the break, but we will put up a countdown on our Bowl TV channel and let everybody know what time the guys will get started. I'm going to work to find our tournament director to find out what his estimated start time is, and we will let you guys know, but be sure to tune back in. Probably, I would say about 1:30. It takes about an hour to oil across the house here, and so 1:30, you probably won't miss much. So enjoy the break. We will be back with you in just a little bit. Again, all the scores that we have given you are unofficial. We're still waiting for the final tally, but you'll be able to find the results on bowl.com/Pabcon 2012 is where the scores will be available. We're going to take a break. Back with you in about an hour or so here on Bowl TV.